if you look at the betting line, it's actually a pretty close line. So it means a lot of the sharps are actually betting on you. So what do you think that says about your skill set, that this guy's getting a lot of hype, but even Vegas is saying that you have a real good shot?
Well, yeah, I think that, if you're looking at like multis and things like that, and, you put together a multi with me and Jack on it, you're probably going to get good returns. It's worth the risk because, like the people who know what they're talking about, they do value my skill set. And, they probably do think that, I think a lot of people, especially who don't know me, would be betting on Malcolm for this fight. Especially with what he's done previously. And then, people who really have watched and seen what I'm capable of, they know that especially if I am an underdog, they know that's a good bet, I think in Australia, a lot of people are betting on me and Jack for this one.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Cody back here.
Yo.
You recently mentioned staying within reach of your weight class to make opportunities like this a little bit more feasible. So how important is it for you to kind of stay within the range of the weight and stuff like that so that opportunities like this are a little bit easier for you to take?
Well, I just think if you're a professional athlete, there should be no excuse, Are you a professional or are you like just doing it for fun? Like if you consider yourself a professional athlete, you look at any other sport, they play most weekends, right? So you have to keep your body in shape year round, I feel, and if you blow up too much, like, well, you're an idiot. Why are you doing that? Like if you need like 3-4 months to like lose the weight, it's like you're probably in the wrong weight class, I reckon, or you're not disciplined enough. It's just when guys struggle with the weight, I see as a lack of discipline, to be honest.
Now, between you and Malcolm, there's 18 victories, 11 by knockout. How confident are you that with your high finishing rate as well, you could be the first one to defeat Malcolm Wellmaker?
Yeah, obviously super confident. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, Like I said, it's a tough fight, really tough fight. And I think I've seen a few people posting that this is like low-key going to be the biggest banger on the card. And I feel the same way. I know that he said similar things in interviews and stuff like that. And yeah, I feel like it's a win-win for both of us. It's going to be fireworks from the start to the end, If you watch any of my fights, if any of you have watched any of my fights, there's not been a boring one yet. And I promise I will never be in a boring fight.
And last for me, obviously Saturday night's a huge night for your country back in Australia. A lot of people are going to be watching, tuning in. How special is it to have the opportunity to kick off this night? They're going to be watching your fight first, and then of course Jack's fight. So how special is that to kind of have the opportunity to lead the way, spark the night, if you will?
Yeah, honestly, there's a story. So before Jack got in the UFC, he fought on an Eternal card and knocked out a guy called Erin Bates. And he was the main event, and I was having my pro debut, and I was the co-main event. So we were in the locker room together. Jack's always led the way, even on the regional scene, and I've always undercutted him. So it's a privilege and an honor to be able to open up, the prelims with Jack once again on the main card. And yeah, like you said, it's kind of a surreal moment for me, and it does feel very special, but it also feels very natural because I feel like, I've been here before. That was only 5 years ago, I feel 5-6 years ago. So it's like history repeating. It's awesome.
I'll piggyback off of that. I was going to say 5 years ago, October 10th, 2020, that's when you made your pro debut. So now to be here in New York City, kind of on this card, undercarding him, as you said, competing at Madison Square Garden, like how special is that? What can you make out of the past 5 years? How quick it's been, to now be here?
Yeah, well, at a young age, this was my dream. So, I'm not surprised. That's always what I've wanted to do, since day one. I have always wanted to be in the UFC, and I always seen myself fighting, on the biggest platform in the world, on the biggest stage. So, yeah, for me, it's, I feel super comfortable, and I can't wait. You guys are going to see me more, which is awesome. All good.
Paris to now fighting in the biggest arena in the world?
I learned a lot of my many mistakes I made in 2024. And yeah, this year is a lot better. I had a lot of sacrifice to make and of humble decisions to get back at training a better way, more intelligent, and to grow again as a fighter and having fun in the process of getting a better mixed martial artist.
There's a lot of tape on Beneil. He's fought a lot of guys from all different aspects. So I guess what do you make of his skill set in there? And I guess what do you think the biggest threats he presents to you?
Yeah, Beneil is a very well-rounded guy. Been so many years in the top 5, top 10 of the division. It's an honor and a privilege to face him at the MSG.
And then after your last win over Rufi, I feel like a lot of the media and fans kept saying what Rufi did wrong rather than what you did right. I'm curious, did you hear that, and did that bother you at all? Because you had this big win in Paris, and everyone just kept pointing to the things he didn't do rather than what you did well.
It's a fight game. I have been doing my fight pretty well, and like I said, I cannot wait to fight on Saturday night because we don't have the opportunity every day to show the world against world-class opposition what type of progress we have made, and it's been almost a year now, like over 6 months that I'm working with a MMA head coach, and I feel I'm really a better fighter now, and I cannot wait to be at MSG for game day.
Was it important to you to get to fight in Madison Square Garden?
The opportunity is great. It's a week that is very important for me, Veterans Week. I was from 2013 to 2019 the French Special Forces, and I was even able to bring one of my friends who lost his legs on a mission at MSG for the fight. So important date. Yesterday was an important date for our country, a common date between the US and France, with the winner of the First World War, and of course, Veterans Week is a huge opportunity for me to fight at MSG, and of course, the Madison is a place you want to write your story every day.
And just last one for me, can I get your thoughts on the main event between Jack and Islam?
Very interesting fight. I want to do my job the best way possible, so I can have the privilege to watch it and to see what's gonna happen.
Benoit, right here to your left. To your left. So obviously, I want to go back to when you lost 2 fights in a row. You talked about you had to make some changes, obviously some physical changes. But how do you keep your confidence up, knowing that you could still be one of the best guys in the world despite just 2 losses?
Between the first and the second round of the Moicano fight, I already knew everything I had to do to win this fight easily, and I won the second round despite having one eye closed. And I just told to myself during the 1-minute break what an idiot I was to not study my opponent tactically and taking it as a sparring, taking it as a fight. So you have to take the technical and tactical aspect of the fight game very seriously, especially at this level where you cannot just show your global skills. You are fighting guys with very good global skills as well, and with a specificity that needs to be trained and needs to be fought against. So I grew up from this by taking an MMA coach with experience, and I'm blessed because it changed a lot my way to see fighting. Of course, I'm still the second destroyer guy everybody loves, but I'm putting stuff also inside the recipe to get the job done against anybody, and to take this fight and take my future fights very seriously. And yeah, that's all.
To follow up on that, you talked about obviously taking everyone's skills seriously. The last two fights, you put on a great performance with your wrestling and your grappling, but now you're going against a guy that's won, I think he's won 3 or 4 world championships in jiu-jitsu. Compare your grappling between you and Beneil.
We have both very good grappling. We have been proving it time and time again, and it's a very interesting opposition because it's a fight where tactics mean something, and I do believe the one of us two who will impose his will the most will be the winner of the fight.
Benoit, over here. Beneil Dariush is known, his fights often goes to the distance, but on the other hand, your fight finished early. Do you think that your pressure will be the difference for this matchup?
I do believe we both have very strong specification, but also point in commons. And like I said, the way the fight will go, and the one who will impose and dictate where the fight goes and how it goes in terms of rhythm and everything will get his hand raised.
And Benoit, you have lived real combat as a former member of the French Special Air Service, facing life and that situations. How has that experience shaped the warrior that you are now inside the octagon?
It shaped discipline and the ability to plan my week to get a better fight. I started MMA in 2018, started my professional career in 2019. In 2021, I was already in the UFC, so it went very fast because I embraced the grind, but I tried to do it with intelligence and to have a good planning to be a very skillful fighter that has been bringing me to the top. But the top of the top of the top also knows how to use tactics, rhythm, rounds after rounds, how to win the exchanges, small stuff that needs to be perfected to be a world champion.
And now this will be your third fight of the year. If your hand is raised at the end of the fight, what do you think that could get you closer to your goal to become a UFC champion? More activity, bigger names? What do you have in mind for the next year?
It's the easiest game in the world. If you keep on winning, you will get the belt. So just keep winning.
Thank you so much.
Benoît, en français, c'est ton 3e combat avec Nickal. Qu'est-ce qui a changé le plus dans ton jeu depuis le début de la collaboration?
Je pense que je combattais énormément à l'instinct et que Nicolas, il a beaucoup de tactico-technique, il a beaucoup de savoir-faire, il a cette expertise. On est tous les deux des amoureux de ce sport, mais j'avais une vision, on a 2 visions complémentaires, je dirais, différentes et assez complémentaires. Donc, le temps qu'on mette les choses en place et qu'on règle un maximum la machinerie pour que ça marche bien, me fait énormément progresser aujourd'hui, je peux le dire, et c'est un plaisir de travailler avec lui.
Et en termes de partenaires d'entraînement, on a l'impression que tu en as vraiment des très prestigieux. Est-ce qu'il y a eu un avant-après aussi pour toi en termes de sensations?
Oui, il y a certains partenaires d'entraînement qui sont exceptionnels dans un domaine en particulier, ce qui permet effectivement de déguiser ses sens et d'être affûté au maximum dans ce domaine.
Et concernant Dariush, ça faisait un moment qu'il y avait potentiellement des discussions entre vous deux. Est-ce que c'est quelqu'un que tu souhaitais toujours affronter ou ça s'est présenté comme ça?
Oui, c'est un discret, mais c'est un très grand nom de ce sport. C'est un grand champion et clairement, il fait partie des gars à affronter lorsque tu veux marquer ton nom dans cette catégorie.
Merci.
Benoît, juste ici, est-ce que tu pourrais reparler de ce que tu as parlé en amont sur l'importance de la date, d'être ici pour toi et l'énergie que ça peut te donner aussi de combattre au Madison Square Garden en français cette fois-ci.
Oui, comme je le disais, alors hier c'était le 11 novembre, jour d'armistice et un peu, on va dire, fortement d'amitié franco-américaine, hein. C'est ce qu'ils appellent la Veterans Week, donc la semaine des vétérans ici aux États-Unis, et c'est un plaisir de pouvoir vivre cette semaine dans ces conditions de Fight Week. Ça crée une atmosphère supplémentaire et un engouement supplémentaire pour moi, et j'aurai le bonheur aussi d'être bien accompagné, en tout cas dans le public le jour J avec voilà, des anciens combattants, donc c'est un plaisir.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you all.
Testing. Go Birds. Rodolfo over here. Obviously, fighting in Madison Square Garden is a big deal, and I know you were excited to fight on the main card. But now that you're on the prelims, does it change anything, or does it still feel like a big fight for you against Bo Nickal?
Of course, just fighting at Madison Square Garden, it's a dream come true, and I don't mind if it's gonna be in main card or prelims. I just want to fight.
Do you think the fans kind of make that a bigger deal than it is, the main card versus the prelims?
I don't know. Actually, I don't. That's one thing that I don't think too much. And like I said, I just want to go there and fight. It doesn't matter if it's gonna be in the first fight or last fight.
Fighting Bo Nickal kind of feels like maybe the biggest fight for a middleweight outside of the champion, just because of his name and he's very popular in America. Have you felt more eyes and kind of the magnitude of this fight after you signed to fight Bo Nickal?
No, of course, that's going to be the biggest fight of my career so far. And he's very popular. He's very famous in here in his country. But I try not to think about that and try to do the way that I do always, training and prepare myself as hard as I can to perform as well.
What did you make of his last fight against RDR? Because a lot of people seem to think that was a big jump up for him. And even he said after the fight that he might have to approach the fights differently and not just treat it like a wrestling match, go out there and do damage and win a fight. So what did you make of his last fight?
Yeah, I think what happened to him happened to me as well in my first loss. And for sure, he's going to learn a lot after he will learn a lot after this loss. But it's MMA. You cannot get there and think you're gonna win just with one martial arts, maybe with jiu-jitsu or wrestling. And you're fighting UFC, the biggest event of the world, like with like only tough athletes, the best athletes, and you have to be ready for everything.
There, throughout, like in MMA specifically, we hear of this rivalry between wrestling versus jiu-jitsu, like which is better, and wrestlers think they can beat jiu-jitsu guys and vice versa. Is that rivalry real, and do you kind of view this as you representing the jiu-jitsu world against American wrestling?
Sorry.
Você acha que tem uma rivalidade que se fala muito entre o jiu-jitsu brasileiro e o wrestling americano? Você acha que o pessoal fala dessa rivalidade dentro do MMA? Você acha que tem uma rivalidade de você entra com o representante do jiu-jitsu e ele do wrestling americano?
Yes, everyone asked me about that, but I don't see this way. I don't feel this rivalry, and it's gonna be MMA, maybe MMA versus wrestling or grappling, because I'm not gonna go there and try to take him down like all the time, because it's gonna be a hard thing to do it. So I prepare myself for everything, to do jiu-jitsu, to striking, to do MMA.
His last fight against Paul Craig here was, Paul Craig has high-level jiu-jitsu too, and that fight was all standing. So I guess, what did you make of Bo Nickal's striking from that fight?
Yeah, I thought he did a great job. A lot of people said he didn't do well, but I didn't see this way. Actually, in my point of view, he did great, and he showed everyone that he can striking for 3 rounds. So that's one thing that I need to be ready for.
And just last one, can I get your thoughts on the main event between Islam and Jack?
Oh, it's gonna be a great fight, a tough fight. But I know Islam is the favorite fighter, but I think Jack can win this fight. But it's hard, but I think he can win.
Rodolfo, right here to your left. Right in front. You mentioned that he's really popular, and he's got a lot of fans, but I also notice he's got a lot of people who hate him. He seems probably one of the least popular fighters when it comes to that sense. Have you noticed a bunch of support for you, a bunch of people wanting you to win this match?
Yeah, I didn't know it was like that. I thought everyone used to like him, but no, it doesn't matter for me. Like I said, I don't think about that. I don't think about these things, and I just want to fight.
Obviously, he's known for his wrestling, his credentials, anybody that we've had in the UFC. That said, you're as credentialed a grappler as anybody we've ever had. Do you think he's going to take that chance to try to take you down and risk getting submitted by such a decorated grappler like you?
Yes, for sure. I trained for that as well. I'm not. Like I said, I'm expecting everything, and he's a very high level wrestler. He has a very good grappling, and for sure, I think he can try to take me down and finish me. That's one thing that I'm ready for. Como é falar? Eu não vou ser pego de surpresa.
I'm not gonna get caught by surprise.
If he does that, I'm just gonna get by surprise if he pull guard. the rest, no. I'm ready for everything.
Speaking of pulling guard, I mean, you've dominated so many people when you've gotten the takedown. Obviously, he's really hard to take down. Have you had to make certain adjustments to be able to take down a guy who's that good on in the wrestling category?
No, it's hard to find in this world like a wrestler like his level to train with. It's impossible. But I had like good training partners, and we did a good job.
Rodolfo, right back here. On Instagram, you had mentioned that it's been nearly 6 years since you got to fight in front of a crowd. How exciting is it to be back in front of a crowd, but also a crowd at Madison Square Garden?
Yes, last time that I fought with crowd was at T-Mobile Arena. It was my second fight, and after that, I just fought in at the UFC Apex, and I'm very happy. I'm very like grateful with the UFC giving me this opportunity to fight like in such a great event. And I just need to thank the UFC for that. I'm very excited.
And last for me, this is the quickest turnaround, if not one of the quickest turnarounds within your career. Can you tell me about the momentum that you felt coming off of that win back in August?
O quickest turnaround foi uma das voltas mais rápidas à atividade que você teve na tua carreira depois de uma luta. O fato de você voltar, isso é um quick turnaround. Como é que você se vê voltando tão mais rápido do que nunca para lutar e também depois de uma vitória?
Yeah, actually, like in all my career, I just fought twice a year, and in the last 3 years, I fought once a year. So a lot of things happened like out of my control that didn't allow me to fight. It wasn't because of me. I want to be more active, fight more, but I couldn't. So this year I fought February, August, and now November, and I'm feeling great. I'm feeling so happy and grateful to be able to fight three times in a year. That's one thing that never happened in my career.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Well, Tracy, I feel like since you debuted in the UFC, both you and Erin have been asked about this fight pretty regularly. So I guess how's it feel to finally get to this part? Not that you thought you would ever have to rematch, but I feel like every media day, it's like, oh, what do you think about Erin? What do you think about Tracy? Now you finally kind of get to move past this part.
I knew it was going to happen eventually. It was just a matter of when. So
Was it annoying at all? Because, you know, you would have these big fights that you're preparing for, and like when you fought Jasmine or you fought Rose, and it still felt like everyone was trying to push this narrative, even though you were focusing on, you know, the opponents in front of you.
no, I don't mind it. It's part of the job. I'm not really fazed by it at all.
And then I guess just how's life been since your last couple of fights? Because I feel like since the Rose fight, you gained a lot of respect for that, you know, with the hair on the scale, stepping up for a 5-round fight on short notice, and then getting that big win in June. So we see on all these podcasts and we did the red carpet yesterday. So I guess just how's life been since that?
I'm enjoying the ride, the process of it all. You know, it's what I call work. It's my job, you know, to be here and do this. So if anything, I'm just extremely grateful.
Do you feel like the UFC is putting a lot of, you know, like marketing and push behind you because you're fighting on MSG, you're walking the red carpet, you're doing these shows that maybe not a lot of other fighters would get asked to do?
I'm I'm just grateful for the opportunity, you know, and if they give it to me, I'm gonna take it.
And then I guess, what have you made of Erin's last couple fights? You know, a lot of people for a long time thought she would have already fought for the title by now. She had a little setback, and now she's on the rise again. I guess from your first fight to now, what have you made of her trajectory in the UFC?
I think she's done an incredible job in her career. You know, I've seen her, and we both started roughly around the same time. We fought each other back in Invicta, and she's grown, she's evolved. And I could say I have as well. We're both very much different fighters. So what happened the first fight, it'll be very much more, if anything, nothing like that first fight. It would be a lot more exciting.
And everyone points to her grappling and her wrestling and everything like that. And you obviously have some high-level wrestling too. A lot of times when you get two fighters that have that same skill set, it stays standing.
Yeah.
So I guess, what have you made of her striking in the UFC at all?
Humbly speaking, I do believe I have better striking than she does. I think people forget that because I've been so focused on bettering my hands, that I am a wrestler originally. You know, I could say it got me this far. And with this camp, I kind of went back to my bread and butter and focused on what got me here. So, yeah.
Is it? I mean, I'm sure you have a bunch of training partners you can prepare for Erin, but I guess how was camp in that aspect? You know, going back to, like you said, your bread and butter.
It was great. I had fun. I had such a great time. I mean, I had my head coach Santino that he just kept reminding me to just enjoy the ride and doing things the way we used to do. And then I had my my wrestling coach Angel Seguro, which is like my big brother, you know, and we were having just a great time learning new things, reviewing things. It was a really good camp.
I guess just last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Jack and Islam?
It's gonna be a good fight.
Tracy, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo
Hola.
estás? Tracy, bienvenida, qué gusto. Preguntarte, cada vez que tú peleas, se nota que es algo más allá de ti, de tu historia, de tus raíces. ¿Qué significa para ti emocionalmente este campamento y sobre todo esta pelea?
Oh, es todo para mí. Este campamento significa que yo puedo ser la próxima para pelear para el título. Entonces, me preparé la preparación era bien intensa, pero me divertí. Yo amo lo que hago y
Bueno,
estoy lista.
Perfecto. Esta vez estás enfrentando igual a una rival con estilo que es diferente al tuyo. ¿Qué aspectos del combate tú crees que van a marcar la diferencia? Tal vez la presión, el control y un poco también de lo que hablábamos la anterior pelea, esa madurez que has tenido de pelea tras pelea.
Pues yo sé que ella da mucha presión en sus peleas. Y en eso no ha cambiado desde la primera vez que peleamos cuando había peleado, pero va a ser una pelea bien intensa, digo yo.
Si tuvieras que describir tu mentalidad hoy para la pelea en una frase, ¿cuál sería?
Enfocada.
Gracias, Tracy.
Tracy, right here in the front.
Tracy.
Right here in the front.
Oh, hi.
First of all, I don't speak Spanish, so if I ask a similar question, I apologize. I want to go back to your first fight with Erin. It was an extremely close fight, very competitive. A lot of people actually thought she should have won. Does that motivate you even more to kind of prove that you've always been the better fighter?
I'm here to prove anybody wrong. I'm here to prove myself that I deserve to be here.
One thing you said is that coming to MSG, you're super excited because you expect to get a lot of fans cheering for you, particularly because it's such a big Latino population. But she's also from New Jersey, so she's from this area too. Is there any excitement to maybe be the heel?
I fought in people's homelands, territory, backyard, whatever you want to call it. You know, my pro debut was in Brazil, so I'm not shying away from it. I'm here.
Obviously, the co-main event is in your weight class. Any chance you weigh at 125 on the dot in case something happens?
Oh, I'm gonna be ready. I'm gonna be ready, absolutely.
What's your prediction for that fight?
I personally know both of them. They both came and they've trained at my gym. So whoever wins, I wish them both the best.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Tracy, por acá. Bueno, tú hablas muy bien de cómo has entrenado tu boxeo y de cómo, pues, del wrestling que tienes. Y sin duda vemos en las peleas la evolución que has tenido en tu carrera. ¿Qué parte de tu estilo te enorgullece más ahora y que crees que va a ser la clave para la pelea?
Honestamente, a mí como me encanta boxear. Me encanta boxear, como que se me sale lo mexicano de adentro. Entonces, aunque eso tengo adentro, estoy bien disciplinada y voy a tener que enfocarme y quedarme pues con el game plan, ¿verdad? Pero sí.
Ok, traer el boxeo en la garra mexicana, que es algo, es muy de este territorio tricolor. Bueno, eres también fuente de inspiración para muchas mujeres que quieren entrar en este deporte de las MMA por tu carrera y por cómo tú levantas esa bandera mexicana. ¿Qué sientes tú al tener la bandera cada vez que tú ingresas al octágono?
Pues es algo donde, honestamente, yo nací aquí en los Estados Unidos y estoy bien agradecida que mis padres me dieron esa oportunidad porque es una misión y un privilegio. Pero estando en casa con una mamá que no hablaba inglés y que nos metieron en el corazón que aunque nacimos aquí, nuestras sangres, nuestras raíces vienen de México. Entonces, yo levanto esa bandera orgullosamente. Yo he tratado de representar la bandera en una manera respetuosamente, honradamente, donde niñas me puedan ver y digan, y yo puedo decir, yo no soy perfecta, pero yo he intentado ser buen ejemplo. Capaz no lo hagan de la manera bien o correcta para los que unos piensan alrededor, pero lo estoy diciendo en la manera que yo sé. Entonces, es un orgullo y espero ser también toda la raza, toda la gente de México y Latinoamérica orgullosos también.
Perfecto. La última de mi parte, Tracy, ahora que Zhang sube de división y cómo ves esta pelea, primero la coestelar, ¿qué tan competitivo ves para ti para poder ser una contendiente al título?
Yo, pues como dije, yo les conozco a las dos, les deseo a las dos la mejor, pero estamos en un deporte donde alguien tiene que perder y desafortunadamente una va a perder y yo estoy planeando ganar ya llegando el sábado y voy a estar ahí viendo al frente, no me voy a ir hasta cuando termine esa pelea. Yo voy a estar ahí viendo cómo pelean, cómo se prepararon para una contra la otra y ahí voy a estar yo.
Gracias, Tracy.
Gracias.
Tracy, right back here. Throughout the camp, you were in Connecticut training with Alini Pereira, karate combat champion. What was, right back over here, I'm sorry.
Oh, there, okay, I'm sorry.
What was it like training with her? I know obviously she's made some highlights with her striking as of late, and it seemed like you guys were drilling some striking in Connecticut. What was that experience like?
She's a great person. She's an amazing athlete. I think it's time for her to also be in the UFC. You know, I mean, she's also a flyweight, but she's an incredible athlete. She's an incredible striker, and Yeah, I can't wait. She actually fights this Friday, so I'll be watching and tuning in, watch her fight while I'm cutting weight.
And last for me, is it every fight that you have Angel Cejudo in your corner? And what's the importance of having him, especially for a fight like this?
Angel was my brother's best friend growing up, before my brother passed away, and he ended up becoming my wrestling coach. There's been occasions where he can't be in my corner, but him being here is to me, it feels like Jose's here. And when I hear him, when I hear his voice, it just gives me that extra little push. But nevertheless, someone that's always been in my corner is Angel Cejudo and then Santino DeFranco. And Coach, I just want to thank you for never giving up on me throughout these years. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
Guys.
Oh, Carlos over here. I know you wanted to fight on that Rio card after your big win, but to get a former champion in Madison Square Garden has to be second best option for you, right?
Yeah, I would love to fight in Brazil, to be honest, but Madison Square Garden also is really nice. A lot of idols fall here, Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, gonna be a huge honor for me fighting Madison Square Garden.
Did I see you walk a red carpet yesterday?
Yeah, but I didn't know the red carpet is black. I was really surprised.
So do you feel like the UFC is giving you a push in terms of like they want you out there because, putting you in Madison Square Garden, asking you to walk the red carpet, they seem to be getting behind you?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's because the kind of entertainment I bring to the people, my fight style. Yeah.
And when they approach you with Leon, obviously a big name, a bit of a skid, I guess. What did you make of his last two performances in there? Because two grapplers and now you're a striker. Can you take anything away from those fights?
I think Leon gonna be a grappler also. He's really good, but also he's good to keep the fight on the board way. He don't do too much things, but he do basic things really well. So I need to take care about that. But I think he's gonna become a grappler also.
I'm sure you've been asked this a lot. A lot of welterweight fights happening on this card and the next weekend. I guess, what do you make of the division right now with the championship and then all these other welterweight fights happening?
Say again.
What do you make of all the welterweight fights coming up, like Ian and Bilal and Jack, Islam, Michael, Sean, and then your fight?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's like all the semifinals to see who's gonna be the next title contender. I'm really excited for this. But to be honest, I think if I finish the fight with a really good knockout, I'm gonna be the next for the title.
What do you make of Kamaru Usman is also calling for that title shot? He wants to kind of skip the line and go for the title.
I know Kamaru is the GOAT, but I don't know. I think it's my time. I think if I knock Leon out on the real good way, I'm gonna be the next.
Who do you think you would be facing, Jack or Islam?
I think Jack. Yeah.
And then just last one for me. What did you make of that fight card in Rio when Charles won? Because it seems like the roof blew off the building for that fight. The fight in Rio, what did you make of the scenes there for when Charles won? Because like the audience went nuts for Charles.
I did. Como que é? I thought really nice. You know, it's always good to fight at home. I really wanted to fight in Brazil, to bring all my friends, my mom, my family. But you know, it is what it is. I'm happy to be here today and fight Saturday.
Carlos, right in front. Obviously, Leon went on this huge winning streak, and he won the title. But now he's on a 2-fight losing streak. Has a lot of fans saying they believe he's in the decline. When you look at his skills, what do you see?
I think the same. I think the same because, you know, I think it's the new generation are coming. We saw that on the many divisions, on middleweight divisions, heavyweight division, you know, the welterweight division. I think everybody has his prime. I think his prime is gone already.
He keeps getting asked and talking about Ian Machado Gary. Do you feel disrespected by that? Maybe he's not focusing on you?
I don't feel the respect, but anyway, he's really intelligent. He's smart, you know. He keep talking my name because he know the chance Carlos becoming a welterweight champ is really big. So we're gonna make a lot of money if we do a rematch. So he's really smart. Keep talking my name, you know.
Obviously, you know, I was hoping there's been some weird things in the past where title fights get canceled. Any chance you come in right at 170 in case you get that call up?
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
Ele perguntou se alguma essa luta cair, eu vou, né?
Isso, se você está pensando em bater o peso sem tolerância para estar disponível caso a luta caia.
Yeah. Make weight for me is always easy. So why not?
Carlos, bom dia, Carlos. Muita gente te vê como lutador que sempre entra para finalizar, não importa o adversário. Você sente que essa é a noite para mostrar ao mundo que não o seu explosivo, mas também verdadeiro candidato por cinturão?
Acho que sim. Não só essa noite, mas toda noite eu entro para finalizar a luta, eu entro para nocautear. Mas eu acho que essa luta tem uma importância a mais. Leon Edwards é um ex-campeão e eu acredito que nocauteando ele eu seja o próximo pelo cinturão.
Justo. Leon é conhecido pela precisão e pelo controle do ritmo. Você pela pressão constante e agressividade também. Qual você acha que será o momento-chave em que a luta vai começar a jogar a seu favor dentro do octógono?
E eu acho que depois que eu começar a machucar ele começar a desistir. A gente sabe que o Leon é um cara que desiste, é um cara que tem a mente muito forte, mas depois que ele começar a desistir, eu vou começar a machucar ele mais ainda e vou nocautear ele.
Carlos, you recently said that you think this is the finals for the next contender. What are your thoughts about the fight between Brady and Nickal?
You know, it's business. UFC is business, is entertainment. You know, people pay tickets to see blood, people's not getting knockout. You know, and it's the kind of entertainment I bring to the octagon. You know, they don't pay ticket, they pay per view to see people trying to hug somebody for 25 minutes. So I think that's why if I win by knockout, really good knockout, I'm gonna be the next for the title. You know? I bring the kind of entertainment people's like.
Thank you.
Carlos, right over here. I'm sorry, right back here. Carlos, this is the first time in I think 2 or 3 fights that Leon has fought in a 3-round fight. They've been 5 rounds for him. He said he sees kind of. How do you, what are you visualizing, you know, from him? What do you expect him to do in there? And I think he'll be able to keep up with your pace.
Isso, o Leon falou que ele está muito acostumado a lutar 5 rounds, então 3 rounds para ele vai conseguir acelerar muito mais. O que você acha que ele vai fazer para lidar com o teu ritmo?
I hope so. He tried to do some sprint. Don't try to be bored. I come to New York to fight, to make a really good show to the people and get my title shot. But if he try to be rushed on the fight, I think it's gonna be better for me. And yeah.
And last question. You attended F1 with Coach Plino and Alex Pereira. What was that like? And any message from the champ and his coach, headed into a big fight where obviously there'll be a lot of striking?
Yeah, it was really nice weekend. Always good to be close of Pota. He's a really nice guy. Plino also a really nice guy. Was a really good weekend. F1.
Carlos over here. So Michael Morales great. Michael Morales wanted Leon Edwards too. What was the difference to get you that fight?
I don't know. I think because, like I said, I bring the kind of entertainment people like to see, and UFC chose me to fight against Leon.
All the fights, all the welter fights between this week and the other, that's put an extra pressure on you for the fight?
No. All the fight I was gonna have there before. I just wanna win.
So I have to ask for our guy. Do you see the future fighting against Morales?
Yeah, I think
Because
so. Why not? Yeah, he's a top
I think
contender.
they both
Let's see how
similar.
the fights, how the fight between Morales and Brady goes, and yeah.
Do you have a favorite for that one?
I don't watch too much fights, so I know Sean Brady is a grappler. Yeah, good jiu-jitsu. And Morales, they call Morales wrestler, but I never saw him try a takedown. So let's see.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Carlos, to your right here. Where? Over here. A lot of people have been questioning Leon's heart and determination and wondering if he still has the desire to be competing at this level. What are your thoughts? Do you think that he still wants to be fighting at the elite level and wants to be champion, or do you think he's just fighting for the sake of it?
No, he's done. We cannot teach heart. If you already give up one time, you're gonna give up always. Leon is a kind of fighter like when the things start to get hard, like he when he see it's gonna be a hard night, he start to give up. Like he don't do too much things to try to change the game, and he forget about get the win. Just try to survive during the fight.
So does that mean you're going to put the pressure on him from the get-go to try break him?
Yeah, I mean not pressure, but like bad moments. Like pressure is easy to survive, but I want to see how he can fight with somebody try to really hurt him.
Thank you.
Carlos, we saw the Marlboro car that they made for you. Did you see that with the logo that says Prates on the hood, the cigarette company? The car for you?
Yeah, I saw.
What did you think of that?
Really nice, really nice.
Have you drove it yet, or are you gonna get?
No, I didn't drive. Maybe Saturday.
For the fight?
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, how are you guys?
Here's over here. It's been a dream of yours for a long time to fight here in New York. You're finally here on the fight week. Is this something that you're very happy to check off your list?
Yeah, this is my best fight week, you know. Not can't wait. New York, you know. Very excited.
Yeah, and obviously you've talked about fighting for a second belt for a long time. I know you told me at the beginning when you vacated the title, you were having a hard time keeping on the weight. How much has that changed, and do you feel like a true welterweight now?
Yeah, when I faced with the Jack, I see Weili, same size, you know. And I don't think I'm like small for the welterweight. I did my program very well, gain weight, and ready.
Yeah, what did you take away from the face-off with Jack and seeing him for the first time?
I've seen him before in person also. Nothing, just see his face, you know. I don't see nothing from the eye. Somebody asks you what you see in his eye. I just see the eye.
I talked to Umar before this fight, and he was saying you have plan A, B, C, D, and the whole alphabet ready for Jack. Do you think you're going to need to go to all those game plans, or do you think plan A is going to work?
I hope I don't need the second plan. The A is going to be work.
It seems,
but if not work, you know, we're training so hard, and anything can happen inside the cage, but I will be ready.
It seems like it was a hard camp. You've had black eyes for a long time now. Is that a sign of how difficult this training was?
Yeah, honestly, it's the hardest camp in my life. I start like 3 months before, and it was a very hard camp.
Yeah. A lot of fighters who are breaking this fight down say that if you can't get the takedowns on Jack consistently, you're not going to be able to win a striking fight. If it does turn into that, where it is stand-up, are you looking forward to proving those people wrong?
Man, I just want to tell everybody I can fight with anybody in the like striking, grappling, wrestling, because I'm not just grappler. I can strike. I strike with Dustin, with Volk. You know, he can defend my wrestling, but I will strike and I will try to take him down again. You know, this is not striking match or grappling match. This is MMA fight.
And I know a lot of talk about you being the 11th fighter to win titles in 2 weight classes. You can tie Anderson Silva's winning streak. UFC 1 was 32 years ago today. Do you feel like if you win this fight, people are going to be talking about you as one of the greatest fighters we've ever seen?
I don't think about this right now. I don't think about Anderson Silva record. I just think about Jack Maddalena belt, and that's it. I just want to take this belt.
Islam, right here. We've seen a lot of cameras following you around, especially back in Dagestan. I guess, how has the attention on you affected like the rest of the village and the gym? Because we even saw that kid, he like drove all the way to meet you and everything.
Yeah, I just, want to show people how we're training, what we did for become champions, and that's it. Now I'm like good with camera, and also this fight week I enjoy. I remember before, like Wednesday, I don't have any energy, but now I'm good.
And you got a street named after you? Is that what I saw?
Yeah. Habib put my name of some of the street in his village, but it's the small street, But I will give him back. I put in my village like biggest street on Habib.
Does Habib have a street named after him too?
Yeah, they have. They put Habib like very smart guy. He put all fighters like Zubair, like they have Shami, like everybody, and now we have to fix it, And the people from the village say, "Hey, Islam, if you not fix it our street, we're gonna change this name."
Islam, over here on your left, over here. What would it mean for you to become the first Dagestani double champion in the UFC?
First Dagestan, yeah, this is big things, and I'm gonna be number 10 if I get the belt. Number 10, who have two who are like 2 division champions. It's a big things for me. It's a dream and big fight.
Islam? Over
Yeah.
here. You have mentioned before that after cutting weight, you recovered to 60 to 70% on the lightweight. Now that you move up to the division, the cut won't be as extreme as it was on the lightweights. How do you think that you are going to feel without going through this extreme weight cut?
Yeah, honestly, this is what I want to feel, how I'm gonna be in the cage, because like all my life it's a hard cut weight, and I feel I'm not recovery like 100%. But now I'm like a lot of things is different, and I really want to step inside the cage and like feel what is gonna be changed.
If your hand is raised at the end of the fight, you will become the first lightweight champion in the UFC history to also capture the welterweight, something that neither Dos Anjos or Conor McGregor could achieve. What would it mean? What would it mean to you if you achieve this?
This is, I told you, this is biggest fight in my life, biggest test, and like here in New York, in Madison Square Garden, it's gonna be hardest test, but I'm ready.
Thank you.
Islam back here. There was a headline where Jack had said that he was a better mixed martial artist and that he was coming to take your pound for pound spot. What's your reactions to some words like that?
What did you say?
There was an interview or something like that where Jack said he said, I'm a better mixed martial artist and I'm coming to take his pound for pound spot.
I think nobody believes this. He's a good boxer. He's a good fighter, but I know I have better skills than him.
And it seems like your experience here in New York has been pretty cool. You went to the Knicks game. You were organizing some street racing in the streets of New York City. What have you made of this experience here in, obviously the city, and then competing at Madison Square Garden? You've done it. You've done it all. You've been around the sport, but now you get to compete. Madison Square Garden is a pretty cool experience, I would assume.
Yeah, I like New York. I was here like many times before, and I spent the last 3 weeks in New Jersey, and I like the city. Now it's too much busy, too much traffic, but I like it, and I like this is the best arena to be UFC double champion.
Islam right here in front.
Next year, UFC gonna open new arena in White House, but right now it's the best arena.
Islam here to your right, down here. How do you feel that you're carrying the extra weight? Because carrying extra weight obviously saps your cardio. So how do you feel that you're carrying the extra weight?
I feel much better. Like it's hard to gain weight. We did like 1 month exactly for that, lifting, eat, training, but it's hard, But honestly, I feel better. I feel like in the sparring, when I spar with the guys, last 2 weeks, I feel much better, because last time before like 3 weeks, I thinking about the cutting weight and I just start to follow, the cutting weight program. But now I don't feel much. I cut weights and like my energy go down, something like that.
All right. And throughout the build up to this, you said that for your legacy, you have to win a second title. Why is that? Just because so many others have won belt in 2 divisions, or is it just a personal goal that you've had and something that you feel you need to?
Because I thought like many times about the second belt. I did my job in lightweights, like defend more than everybody and like fight in the big events. But now it's the good time to move, and I know I am deserve to fight for the second belt.
And last one for me. In terms of skill set, where would you rank Jack Della Maddalena in the opponents that you faced?
Oh, like top 3. He's one of the best who I fight ever, because he's a champion. He like UFC champion. It's mean you are like high level fighter.
Thank you.
Islam, when you said that this is going to be the toughest test of your career, is that because of how good Jack is, or because he's just the bigger guy at welterweight?
No, not because of he bigger guy. Because he's good. You know, he's good. I saw his fight with Bilal. With many guys, he's good everywhere. But I believe, you know, he's good in yes, he's striking like pretty good. But I saw his wrestling. He can defend. His grappling. He like feel. If somebody take him down, it's not like something. He's surprised. You know, he feel good also there. But I know my skill is better.
You said it was hard to keep the weight on at welterweight. Does this mean 185 is gone and there's no three-weight title?
Man, 185. I have to live with this a couple months to be 185.
Obviously, in Jack's corner is Craig Jones. You know, he's has this sort of weird little rivalry with the Dagestani fighters. Do you rate him as a coach, as a grappling coach, and do you think he adds anything to Jack or not really?
He's coach. He helped Volk a lot.
And lastly, with Adin Ross, you gave your top 5 UFC fighters at the moment, the pound for pound. You didn't have Alex Pereira in there. Is he not in your top 5?
He close, but we don't have space for him in 5.
Islam, right here. Since you gave up your title at lightweight, Ilia Topuria won the title. Give me your thoughts on Ilia as a champion.
Yeah, Eli is a champion now, lightweight. But we'll see. He keep talking about the fight against me, and after that fight, let's see. We will do something because everybody want this fight. We'll speak about this after.
Jack, when this fight was announced, he said he wants to get it back for Alex. What's your response to that?
Yeah, Alex also tried to get back from the first fight, and second fight's not good for him. That's why it's not a good idea.
My last question. You just mentioned that after this, you'd like to face Kamaru Usman. Obviously, there's a bunch of welterweights on this card. Do you have a second choice behind Usman?
Who is close?
Shafkat?
Shafkat is injured, I heard. Sean Bradley, no, other guy. Like today, today I think we'll know one of the contender. And why I say Usman, because he's the biggest name in the welterweight, like who most defend the belt, you know. He's a big name, and he's in good position right now. He beat Barkley, who is one of the contenders also.
Good luck to you.
Привет, Ислам. Сегодня впервые за долгое время ты даешь пресс-конференцию без чемпионского пояса на столе. Непривычно?
Да, очень непривычно.
Надо исправлять?
Надо исправлять, да. Суббота повторим.
Дальше вопрос по поводу вашей подготовки. Кто из вашей команды поймал самую большую рыбу?
Честно сказать, это Нью-Джерси. Я ходил там на заливе, смотрел рыбаков там возле океана. Я не видел даже, что кто-то вот такую маленькую рыбу поймал.
Ты на днях сказал, что глобальная твоя цель – это побить рекорд Камара Усмана по количеству защит. У него их было 5, тебе сейчас 34 года. То есть значит ли это, что ты ставишь себе планку выступать лет до 37?
37? Так получается, друзья. Не знаю, я чувствую себя хорошо, что еще могу нормально выступать на хорошем уровне. За всю свою карьеру я не получал большого урона. Так что у нас впереди еще пару интересных лет.
Ты уже говорил англоязычным коллегам про Крейга Джонса, но если бы, представим ситуацию, ты готовился против боя к самому себе, кого бы ты привлек для идеальной подготовки, чтобы сделать идеальную борьбу?
Я бы Хабиба отправил, чтобы он загнал их.
И последний вопрос. Ты, опять же, недавно говорил про людей, которых ты с собой бы взял на уличную разборку, но ты назвал более-менее современных бойцов. Если выбирать из тех, кто выступал в 90-е и нулевые, 3 человека, которые ты бы взял с собой разбираться на улице.
Шогун Руа. Он тогда выступал уже. Потом кого еще? Сколько человек?
3.
Тита Ортиса можно взять. И Вандерлей Силу тоже можно. Они в стойке могут урон нанести нормально.
Спасибо большое, удачи в субботу.
Все, спасибо. Thank you, guys.
right here. It's not every day, you know, you get asked to fight in Madison Square Garden on such a big stage. So I guess what went through your mind when they came to you with Roman Kopylov, but also the bit to be able to fight in Madison Square Garden?
Oh, it was an honor for me. You know, I know with everything that have been done, I earned this position, and the UFC know it. So, but I'm so happy to be here. I think I'm the biggest stage in the world, all legends, and now I'm gonna put him there as well and fight Roman. That's an amazing fight. I think it's a good matchup for me. It's a super important step in my career, but man, I take it with joy, and I'm really happy to be here.
It seems like your names have been next to each other in the rankings for quite a while. Did you always know that Roman would be a guy you would have to fight? Did you think you would always have to fight Roman, considering your names are always very close in the rankings?
Man, I always able to fight anyone, you know, like I'm down for it. So, but as in when I accept the fight, I didn't know like he wasn't number 15. Now he's out, and Joy Pfeiffer get the position. But yeah, it's like, I mean, before I was like very hungry to fight for the rank and all that stuff. But I think that everything, you know, it's gonna happen in the perfect time.
It seems, you know, your two styles are very violent. Like, he has a lot of knockouts, you have a lot of knockouts, but he's also been submitted quite a bit in the UFC. Is there any part of you think you could just take him down and submit him, or do you want to put another highlight reel knockout in there?
I can tell you this now. No, but it's gonna be a great fight for sure. You know, I hope he can come with everything they have, because I'm gonna put everything I have, and we're gonna see who's the best.
What do you make of the middleweight division as a whole? You know, Khamzat's the new champion, and outside of that, we had a couple fights going. It seems like maybe Imavov might be next. I guess, what do you make of the whole top 10 right now?
Man, the middleweight division, I like it. You know, it's a good game. Everyone started playing, you know, and the division start changing. But I think Imavov is the next in the line for fight for the title. I think he earned it. That he deserves it. And that's going to be a good fight. Yeah, I will see. And for sure, one day I will be there as well.
And what have you made of, there was that big card in Rio with Charles, and then, you know, Poatan won after. It seems like Brazil's on this tear. What do you make of, did you see those scenes with Charles and the crowd and the audience, and then right after with Alex? They seem to think right now is going to have a stadium in Brazil. So what do you think about possible fighting in there?
Oh, man, I love Brazil. I was in the show with Vicente, and yeah, that's amazing, man. The Brazilian crowd is very warm, and I like it. You know, that's making me more excited to fight, and I hope maybe next year fight in Brazil. Not.
You still think you have the knockout of the year against Beck?
You guys didn't say it. You know, probably. I hope.
Gregory, right here in the front. You have a very pressure forward style. You come right out the gate, get in someone's face. Roman likes to use footwork, cut angles, throw high kicks from distance. What are you going to do to get the kind of fight that you like versus the guy who's going to try to stay away from you?
I think you're going to run and I'm going to hunt in him. That's going to happen. But I like his style. You know, he's smart. And I need to be smart in the fight. He had the speed. But I think I have the timing. And it's going to be a good match. You know, I respect him. I think he's a warrior. And but I'm ready for everything.
You said you're ready for everything. You know, you've been knocking people out, getting these highlights. But when you first came in, you were this high-level jiu-jitsu guy. And it's been a while since we've seen this great jiu-jitsu from you. Any chance you take him down and just sub him?
Man, I was trying to put my jiu-jitsu, but the fights never go to the position. But yes, man, like I said, like you said, I'm an MMA fighter, so I have everything needed. And then for sure, I'm gonna put the fight. I'm gonna find the best way to get the victory.
Good luck.
Gregory, right back here, all the way in the back. Thank you. recently you were in Brazil, you cornered Vicente, and you guys had a cool experience out there. What was just the reception of being back there, experience that event in Rio? What was it like, just kind of going back home to experience that?
Yeah, Brazil is my house, and I've been in Brazil, and that was amazing experience for me, especially before my fight. Being in Brazil, be with Vicente. He's such a nice warrior. He's my brother. That was amazing. That just inspired me more, to Saturday night.
Thank you.
Thank you. All good.
Oh, Weili right here. Hello. You've been talking about going to flyweight for some time, but now that you've had a full camp and you're only a few days away, just how's life been as a flyweight, not having to cut those extra 10 pounds?
你其实挺长段时间，你想升重打赢量级的，那现在已经万事俱备，只欠东风，马上就要比赛了。在准备的这个过程当中，你已经不需要那么辛苦的去减重了，感觉怎么样？
I feel very good. Everything is very good. The camp or my weight strong, stay strong, stay healthy. Everything is good. I'm so excited this Saturday.
Has it felt much different in camp and then this week, knowing you don't have to always think about those extra few pounds?
对，就是你在这个整个的训练营准备当中，有没有觉得有点不同？正是因为你不用那么辛苦的减重。
I feel very different because before I fight strawweight, I diet a long time, and every day I watch delicious food. I just watch. So this time I can eat. I eat a lot. I have a lot of energy can training. So this camp is training a lot.
Have you felt a difference in your power and your cardio while you're training?
对，你觉得你的体能和力量怎么样？有没有什么改变？
I think my cardio and my power is good. Yeah.
And what do you make of Valentina as an opponent? A lot of people, fans and media, seem to think the winner of this could be the greatest female fighter ever. Do you think about stuff like that? And just what do you think of Valentina as an opponent right now?
对，他想知道你对你的对手这个舍甫琴科怎么看？因为大家都在说，这次不论谁赢了，都会被大家公认为是最好的女子格斗手。
I think Valentina is very good, very strong, and striking is very good, and have 13 times is the world champion is Muay Thai, right? So striking is very good, and the long time is flyweight champion. So I think this they can and new.
It's in your past fights, you would always kind of game plan for your opponent's strengths and their weaknesses. Like you out wrestled Tatiana and you were able to outstrike some of the best strikers. When you're breaking down Valentina, a lot of people label her as a perfect fighter. So I guess, are you seeing holes and openings in there, or is she as perfect as everyone thinks?
在过去的比赛当中，你都会根据你对手他自身的一些特点，不管是优点和缺点，制定不同的战术，然后会针对他们的缺点去攻击他们。那么这一次对舍甫琴科，你有没有看到他有什么样的缺点是你的可乘之机，让你拿下这场比赛的？
I think Valentina technique is very good and striking is very good. Have defense wrestling is good. But I just want like water, smooth. She give me what, I do what. Yeah.
Good English, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I just want to try.
Zhang, right back here.
Where?
All the way in the back.
Hello.
Hello, thank you. A lot of people say, obviously, you're going to be the smaller opponent and you're moving up in weight. A lot of people think that plays a lot into the fight, but you seem to have picked up Francis Ngannou pretty easily. It seemed like that was a pretty easy thing to do. So what message do you have for the people that are counting you out because you are the smaller, fighter in this one?
因为你身中到一量级，就是说你的体格就是自然会稍微小一点，很多人都因为这一点不太看好你，但是你是曾经把那个纳甘诺给 抱起来的，所以对这些因为你的体格不那么大而不看好你的人，你有什么想说的？他们
I just want to say, this Saturday you can see.
And you were born in 1989, the year of the snake. Now here in 2025, it's the year of the snake once again. You're gunning to become a 2-division champion this Saturday night. So that kind of the zodiac stuff, did you know that? Does that play into your mind at all, going into a fight like this?
他说你是1989年生的，是属蛇的，那今年正好是蛇年，你会不会觉得这是一个很幸运的事情？因为今年是本命年，那你可能会因此会得到双冠王，你有没有稍微有一点迷信这个东西？
I'm not is a snake. I'm horse. I'm is 1990. So 1990 years.
Oh, okay. My apologies. But
yeah.
Year of the snake, is that like an important year? I hear that has a lot of.
But the snake years for a horse is so good. Give me a lot of energy.
Very good. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
我可以用中文一些问题
太好了。
那你说过中国文化的根对你来说特别重要，同时 MMA 非常国际化，那所以我有2个问题呢，这些根如何影响你的训练打法和气质？然后你最喜欢国外的 MMA 群多了解什么方式中文文化？
我大概明白了。我觉得根非常非常重要，根会让我们变得更自信，包括中国传统文化会告诉我很多思想上的不同。但是我觉得最重要的就是如何打开你的思想，去融入更多的东西。我们是要非常，中国文化就是非常的包容，所以 MMA 运动也是非常包容的。所以我觉得这都是相通的。所以我从中国文化里边打开我的思想，然后运用到这项运动当中来，我觉得我收获非常多。谢谢。
然后你怎么看中美 MMA 文化的不同和共同点？
我觉得不同点就是因为这项运动在美国发展的时间更长久，中国的时间发展的没有这么长。但是我相信以后中国也会成为格斗强国的。
好，那最后一个问题，不好意思，不是特别专业的问题。但我有一个女儿，她刚到1岁，你对下一代的女生想说什么？
我想对年轻的女生说，勇敢做自己，成为最好的自己就可以了。谢谢。
Right in front. You were very complimented of Valentina's skills. She obviously has been on this long run, but she also hasn't been perfect. She lost a fight to Alexa Grasso. She had another draw with Alexa Grasso that some people thought she should have lost. She had a very close fight against Talia Santos that a lot of people thought she should have lost. Even Manon Farrell fight was close. So when you see her, do you see any declining skills that a lot of people think is happening?
对，虽然说大家都认为舍甫琴科她是个非常优秀的女选手，但是她并不是完全毫无破绽，并不完美的，因为她也曾经输给过格拉索，之后呢也打过个平局然后她跟另外一个选手好像她的优势也不是非常的明显。那么你觉得会不会从她一系列战绩上来说，看到她有一个下降的趋势，已经不是在她的巅峰状态了？
我觉得 I think is flyweight is a division is more is grow. It's you know it. You are champion. Everybody see you. Everybody want to beat you. Want to win. So I think is this division is grow up.
They kind of caught up to her, you're saying.
So yeah, basically she's saying that everybody, if you're champion, you have a target on your back. Eventually, some new people is going to come up and it's going to surpass you.
Speaking of champion, you gave it your title down a weight class. Since then, Mackenzie Dern just won the title. What's your thoughts as Mackenzie as a champion? And is there any chance you ever go back and go get that title again?
他说，自从你离开了草量级之后，你知道邓恩他赢得了那个比赛，并且拿到了冠军。你对他是什么看法？你有没有想过有一天你可能回到草量级，重新把你的腰带再夺回来？
Now I want to congratulation Dern is new strawweight champion, but we can see this fight Saturday.
And my last question: how often do you want to fight when you want to be the champion? How often do you want to defend the belt?
如果你这次赢得了比赛，成为了双冠王的话，你觉得你之后打比赛打得多频繁
Fight is not just depends on me. It depends on my opponent. Depends opportunity is healthy. So I have a lot. It's different, you know.
Good luck.
So I want more fight. Yeah. Thank you.
Good luck.
We finish. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We're going to do a little thing now. A little public announcement. It's on. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Good birds. So we're going to be doing all the questions in English first, and then an exclusive all Spanish session after that. Arrancamos con todo lo que es inglés y después toda la prensa latina, especialmente Ecuador, está aquí para ayudar. Okay?
Michael, right here. It's not every day, you know, you get to be undefeated fighting a former champion, or not former champion, like a future champion contender in Madison Square Garden. So I guess how excited are you to fight in MSG against, you know, another high-level welterweight?
No son todos los días que tienen la oportunidad de pelear en una cartelera como esta, en un sitio como Madison Square Garden, está en la calle de Nueva York, una cartelera que está cargada también contra un nuevo que está en donde estás en el ranking, o sea, y ser una persona de contender que tiene la oportunidad de ser campeón. O sea, ¿cómo te sientes acerca de esa oportunidad?
Muy bien. Esta es una oportunidad que no pienso desaprovechar. Estamos a 1 o 2 pasos del título ya no queda mucho. 26 años logrando lo que siempre he querido, ¿no? Conquistar la categoría welter. Gracias a Dios me están dando la oportunidad de enfrentarme al top 2. Ahora pues no la pienso desaprovechar, que esta pelea se haga rápido y pues salir lo más pronto posible de la jaula.
Feeling great about this opportunity. Is an opportunity that I do not plan on wasting. I think it's just to think about it, is just being in this place, fighting the number 2 in the rankings, and someone that again, God willing, another opportunity to do things here. It's very grateful for the opportunity. I'm very happy what's happening right now, and to prove that I can be a champion. And that's it. I want to make this fight as quick as possible and move on to the. And at 26 years old, accomplishing everything that I set out to do as well.
He seemed to think that, you know, he was having some struggles getting an opponent. Maybe people didn't want to face him after his big win over Leon. So were you surprised that they approached you with such a highly ranked fighter? Because maybe a lot of people thought maybe one win and then fighting for this contender fight, but they seemed to have fast-tracked you quite a bit.
Él dijo, porque creo que tú antes, o sea, él ha mencionado que fue un reto lograr un rival para él, que estaba con dificultades, que nadie quería enfrentarlo. O sea, ¿cómo ves ahora la oportunidad que ahora tienes, que entras tú como la persona para hacerlo, y una persona que ahí estaba, que tal vez tuviera la oportunidad de hacer 1 o 2 peleas para enfrentar al número 2, pero simplemente te dieron la oportunidad y fusionarte para pelear contra el número 2?
Sí, él, al igual que yo, no teníamos con quién pelear. Yo ya sabía que me iba a enfrentar a él desde hace mucho tiempo, incluso la pelea se venía hablando ya rato, solo que pues él no confirmaba la pelea, él confirmó a la 4ª semana, no sé si para prepararse bien mejor él o no sé, pero yo ya sabía que iba a pelear con él, solo que a mí me tenían en espera, como en stand-by, de que ibas a pelear contra él, pero hay que esperar a que él acepte. Entonces, no puede decir que no tenía con quién pelear, porque a mí siempre me dijeron que iba a pelear con él, solo que me dijeron que esperaba que él confirmara y yo siempre estuve listo.
Seems like both of us had a little difficulty finding an opponent, but I'll tell you something. I mean, it's like you can't say that he was having a hard time trying to find somebody to fight, because I think he knew for quite some time. We've been talking about this fight for quite some time. This was the fight to make. We pretty much knew this was happening, but he took his sweet time to actually confirm it. And maybe he was trying to get more prepared or something like that. Basically, he told me about, you know, in the 4.5-week period, and listen, and then I obviously got ready for this fight, and this was the fight to make, the fight that we knew was happening. But he can't say they didn't fight an opponent, because as far as I'm concerned, we were fighting, just needed to confirm it outside.
What do you make of Sean as an opponent? Because obviously high-level grappler, endless cardio. Did you have to do anything different in camp? And just what do you make of him as a whole?
Él como rival, estamos hablando obviamente de alguien que viene lucha, o sea, alguien de un grappler que tiene sus credenciales, una persona que tiene cardio. O sea, ¿cómo ves él como rival en términos técnicos?
Igual que los anteriores, para mí es una persona que también sangra, una persona que también se cansa. Él es igual que yo, así que no lo veo nada excepcional. Me he preparado muy bien para todas mis peleas, no es diferente a mis antiguos rivales. Creo que en cada preparación evoluciono más, cada pelea para mí es evolución constante, y pues lo he demostrado. Siempre me toca o es jiu-jitsu o es luchador o lo que sea, igual me preparo para todas las áreas y estar listo para cualquier cosa que quiera hacer, reaccionar antes y pues ganar la pelea rápido, es lo único que quiero.
I think, listen, nothing different from the last time, just like the fighters that we faced. He gets tired like other fighters. He bleeds like other fighters that I faced. And then everything that happens, it's always the same thing. Which is every single fight that I have, you're seeing my evolution. And I come back and I feel that every fight's an opportunity for me to go out there, get better, evolve as a fighter, and to come back better. I just think that, and also be ready for everything. I've gotten really prepared to give him, to react properly to everything that he throws at me. I've gotten, you've seen my evolution, and I get to show it in the octagon as well.
At one point when Sean was the undefeated fighter and he fought Bilal and he lost, he said that being undefeated brought a lot of pressure and he was always thinking about it, and the loss might have been the best thing for him. Do you understand what he's saying when he says that, or do you just view it as like 2 totally different mindsets?
Sean, en la visión de Sean, cuando él fue invicto un día, peleó contra Belal y fue su primera derrota. O sea, en aquel momento, él vio y dice que fue una de las mejores cosas que pasó con él, porque había mucha presión por seguir invicto, en la racha como estaba. O sea, para él se volvió un peleador mejor y fue bueno para la cabeza. ¿Ves de la misma manera? O sea, ¿tiene alguna relación o esto te toca, o lo ves con una mentalidad completamente distinta de seguir invicto?
No, a mí ya me pasó también, pero la diferencia fue que a mí me pasó a los 17 y a él ahora, entonces creo que la mentalidad mía cambió desde ese día y pues totalmente lo mío ahora es evolución constante y estar siempre preparado para todos los rivales, no confiarse, más que nada eso, y pues eso, a mí me pasó a los 17 y a él ya grande, entonces creo que nos pasó igual y pues la ventaja mía fue que tuve la juventud de mi lado y eso lo pude aprovechar muy bien.
No, yeah, because that happened to me already, but it happened to me at 17 years old. So, and when it happened, you take the opportunity to get better, and you get that out of your way. So, the only difference is, and again, it just happened to me when I was really young. It happened to him at an older age, but you take the opportunity, and all you have to do is just get prepared for that not to happen again.
And I assume I think I know the answer, but Carlos was in here. He thinks he's going to beat Leon and fight for the title. I know Kamaru Usman wants to fight for the title. I can already see you shaking your head. So I guess in here, title shot for you.
O sea, me imagino que ya sé la respuesta, pero Carlos Prates estuvo acá, dijo que después de una pelea como esta, va con la victoria, sale por el título. También Kamaru Usman dijo que quiere cinturones el próximo, me imagino. ¿Qué piensas tú? ¿Sales con una victoria el sábado, el próximo para el título?
El que lo grite primero, yo creo que esta oportunidad todos la quieren, esta es una eliminatoria welter, por así decirlo, así que al que consideren o al que dé el mejor show es al que le van a dar la oportunidad, y pues yo quiero dar show, yo quiero ganar mi pelea rápido, limpio y elegante, como siempre digo. Entonces, las personas verán quién tiene el mejor mérito a esa pelea, así que lo único que voy a hacer es demostrar que yo quiero ese cinturón, esa pelea tiene que ser mía sí o sí. Y pues que grite el que tenga que gritar, no importa, yo solo quiero pedir ya mi oportunidad. Creo que los demás están al apuro por la edad que tienen y pues no quito el mérito de lo que han logrado, porque todos los welters están duros. Esa categoría para mí es un estanque de tiburones y pues ahí me metí y es donde quiero quedarme y es lo que me gusta. Así que voy a pelearme con todos por ese título y a ver qué pasa.
Listen, make a case. Everybody's going to make their case, and people, like, you have the opportunity to go out there and soap box and you basically say and get the opportunity. I think all of us have everyone wants to put on a show. They're going to be great fights coming up, and I think the one that's going to put on the best show is going to have the best opportunity. When I said this, like, I want this fight, I want to put on a show, I want to make it quick, and I've always said I want to make it quick, I want to make it clean, I want to make it very gracious, as usual. But the main thing is, like, this is a Shark Tank. The welterweight division is listen, this is, anyone can have the shot and everyone can have an opportunity. I knew what I was getting myself into. This is what I'm in. This is the division I'm in. Listen, think of the welterweights. They're just amazing. So I knew what I was getting into, and we all want to, whoever wants it, just scream for it. Let's see who hears louder.
And then just last one for me, Fabiano, you might have to correct me, but I think Ecuador is playing in New Jersey next Tuesday, the national team. I'm sure there's a lot of media here for that are now here for you. Have you felt more eyeballs? Have you felt more eyeballs on you because, there might be some kind of crossover in the media and just more attention on you?
Me parece que la selección de Ecuador juega ahora en New Jersey.
18.
El 18, el 18th.
Yeah, Tuesday.
El martes, o sea, juega la selección de Ecuador acá en New Jersey. ¿Piensas que eso te impulsiona un poco más, trae un poco más de luces? Porque ahí la gente, algunos ya vienen a cubrirlo. O sea, el hecho de que tenemos un ecuatoriano derecho que va a estar acá en MMG y también viene a la selección a la brevedad.
Sí, o sea, les deseo lo mejor del mundo en su partido. Espero que Ecuador se lleve el triunfo. Ahorita estoy totalmente concentrado en la pelea. Así que lo importante para mí ahorita es ganar primero, hacer las cosas bien y luego irse a celebrar con todas las personas aquí de Ecuador, luego irnos al partido, porque también voy a ir al partido y pues también hacer relajo allá. Así que lo único que quiero es primero concentrarme en la pelea, estar con los pies sobre la tierra, salir con el triunfo, que mi mamá se quede tranquila ya, que no te desespere cuando esté peleando yo, para no desesperarme también yo, y pues de ahí ya que venga lo que tenga que venir.
Yeah, listen, wishing them the best, rooting for them, of course. Listen, my first focus here, the order of the day, is to get that win on Saturday. That's what I'm focused on. That's what I trained for. I want to make it quick. I want to finish that fight and get the win. And because And then we'll focus on that and celebrate because I will be at the game on Tuesday. So I just wanted to be able to put a party with everyone that's going to be here. Listen, I want to make this quick. I don't want my mom to be sweating. I don't want her to be nervous about this fight. I just want to get this done so we can get that out of the way, and then we'll celebrate on Tuesday.
Michael, right here in the front. Right in the middle. You just said you want to make this quick. Obviously, you've been knocking guys out, looking spectacular. Sean's known to bring the pressure and particularly grapple. He just put on a great grappling display against Leon Edwards. But you also are a decorated wrestler. You have a grappling background. Any part of you wants to have a grappling matchup to kind of show how elite your grappling skills are against someone that good like Brady?
Siempre se ha hablado de terminar esa pelea lo más rápido posible, de hacerlo rápido, limpio y elegante. Y la cuestión es que él obviamente viene como grappler, viene de la lucha. Lo que ha hecho él contra Leon Edwards, sabemos, pues, viene de algo fuerte, la manera como ha peleado. Hay una parte de porque sabemos que viene de la lucha, o sea, tienes ese lado también, o sea, tienes esta habilidad. Hay un lado tuyo que dice, hey, quiero hacerlo rápido, pero me gustaría una batalla para probarle a él que también tengo yo esas virtudes.
No tengo nada que demostrarle yo. Yo creo que la pelea la tengo que hacer yo. No tengo que enseñarle todas mis armas, por así decirlo, porque eso también es darle ventaja a los demás rivales que me están viendo. La primera oportunidad que sienta que puedo noquear va a ser esa y ya. Creo que lo único que quiero es demostrar que puedo ganarle, como te digo, rápido y ya, se acabó. No hay nada más que demostrar que venciéndolo de una manera simplemente sencilla. No hay que, bueno, en mi cabeza está de que yo quiero ganar sencillamente, no tengo que ponerme eufórico por esta pelea. En la pelea que sí quiero sacarme la remadre es en la del título. En esa sí tengo que mostrar que quiero ser el verdadero campeón y que me voy a quedar como campeón. Pero primero lo primero, ¿no? Ganar esta y luego las que tengan que venir. Pero Sean Brady es como todo el mundo, pues, o sea, lo están viendo con ojos de fuera de la jaula. Todo el mundo le da esa superhumanidad, super lucha, super jiu-jitsu que tiene, pero lo veo igual que los demás. Simplemente el único que tiene que estar concentrado en su preparación soy yo. Así que no importa lo que haga o hace algo diferente. Yo sé que hemos hecho un trabajo en equipo con mis entrenadores, con mi Gina, hasta con mi mamá. Así que lo único que tengo que hacer es aplicar todo lo que me enseñaron y se acabó.
So I got nothing to prove. I don't need to show everything in the fight. I just want to. I need to do whatever needs to be done to finish the fight and get the win. I don't actually. I'm not there to show all the weapons in my arsenal. That's something that's even giving an advantage to future opponents that may see me. I can tell you one thing. I come in there. If I have the opportunity to knock them out, I'll knock them out. The fight that I really want to show everything, I'll tell you, so that's when I'm fighting for the title. That's what I'm going to show, and I'm going to demonstrate to people what I'm there for, and that's that I deserve a chance for the title, that I deserve to be there and to be a champion, and you're going to see everything coming out of me. As far as, I think people see this fight, and I think people see Sean Brady, they see a little bit of a superhuman, super cardio, super everything, all of these things from outside the octagon. I'll tell you, like, no one has to. People can say whatever they want. I'm the one that has to worry about what he brings to the table. I've done a great job to prepare for what he comes, what he brings to inside the octagon. I've done a great job with my team. Mom helped out in the camp as well. We put everything together, our game plan to finish the fight. But if I can finish that fight as soon as possible, and I can just, and I'm saying like in a simple way, if I can just finish it swiftly, I will finish that fight.
Just one more for you, Michael, over here. You talk about wanting a title shot against the main event winner. Can you give us your breakdown and prediction for Della Maddalena versus Makhachev?
Hablaste obviamente de que grita gran oportunidad, que quieres tu oportunidad para pelear por el título. O sea, ¿tienes un pronóstico, o sea, una visión de cómo va a darse la pelea entre Della Maddalena y Makhachev?
Ya, Jack Della Maddalena gana por decisión unánime o finaliza su pelea.
Jack Della Maddalena wins by unanimous decision, or he finishes the fight. JDM, huh? So we're gonna go. Y ahora todo en español para la prensa.
Estamos en vivo, Michael. ¿Cómo vas? Estamos en vivo para Radio Di Blue, tiempo extra. Todo un país muy pendiente de ti. Te estamos escuchando muy seguro y de verdad felicidades. Veo a tu mamá que está tan nerviosa como todos los ecuatorianos. Contestaste ya algunas cosas de tu técnica, de tu campamento. Primero te quisiera pedir un mensaje, 3, 4 cositas rápido. Lo primero, un mensaje para todo el Ecuador que te está escuchando. ¿Cuál sería tu sentimiento ahora, sabiendo que, bueno, serías el segundo ecuatoriano que va a pisar un icónico escenario deportivo como el Madison Square Garden?
No, pues simplemente decirles que voy a darlo todo en esta pelea. Es una pelea súper importante para mí, para mi familia, para mis entrenadores y todos mis seres queridos. Y muy aparte, pues muy importante para mi país y pues también para Ecuador y para México, porque son los países que me han apoyado muchísimo. Estoy tranquilo, estoy en paz. Lo único importante que tengo ahorita en mi cabeza es bajar de peso. Tengo que dar peso.
¿En cuánto peso estás ahora? Disculpa.
No voy a decir. Lo tengo que bajar
Falta
mucho
poco,
todavía.
falta
Sí,
poco.
sí, falta poquito, pero nada, solo mi pelea más importante ahorita es primero con el peso, dar el peso, luego pues ya lo del evento y simplemente decirles que le voy a dar con todo, o sea, meter el corazón y mucha rechera a cada minuto de la pelea y llevarnos ese triunfo a casa, es lo importante ahorita.
Si tu mamá te enseña jiu-jitsu, ese sería tu fuerte ahora.
Más ayuda.
Tu mamá hace
Sí,
judo,
hace
pero con ella entrenas jiu-jitsu, judo. ¿Eso sería tu fuerte o cuál es tu fuerte?
Pues soy un peleador muy ortodoxo. No diría que tengo una base sólida en algo, simplemente aprendo de todo. Pero pues lo primero que aprendí fue el judo con mi mamá, luego lucha, muay thai, MMA, boxeo y todo eso. Entonces tengo prácticamente cada cosita de cada parte.
Yo una última cosa así de color. Dijiste que ibas a apoyar a los cantantes ecuatorianos en cada salida. ¿Te esperamos con alto troyanaje para el
No.
sábado o hay una sorpresa?
Voy a escoger diferentes músicas ahora. Ahorita hasta incluso mis abuelos me mandaron músicas que quiere que pongan, así que todavía no hemos establecido un tema, pero pues está algo movido por ahí.
Ahora a la salida te tengo un regalito que tú lo conoces, que seguro lo
Lili,
necesitas
sí.
para toda la energía. Lili.
Muchas gracias.
Ok, Michael,
chicos.
de
Hola.
primicias, más allá de los títulos que te gustaría dejar en el deporte ecuatoriano, una escuela, una generación de peleadores o una nueva forma de entender estas artes marciales en Ecuador?
Sí, pero no está en mis planes por ahora, sería en el futuro. Ahorita lo primordial es sacar a los peleadores de Ecuador, no dejarlos ahí, así que es paso a pasito. Recién comenzamos, apenas va el cuarto ecuatoriano dentro de UFC, esperamos más y pues irlos apoyando, pero lo primordial es sacarlos del país a que experimenten cómo realmente se entrenan fuera de ahí.
Michael, tu mamá fue una de las primeras entrenadoras. ¿Qué enseñanza de ella te acompaña cada vez que entras a pelear?
Todo, desde que cómo actúo, cómo hablo, cómo pienso, todo eso, mi mamá es parte de eso, parte de... Sí, como siempre lo digo, si no tuviera la madre que tengo, no sería el peleador que soy o la persona que soy. Así que cada esencia que yo tengo es un poquito más suave que la de mi mami, pero ella está conmigo siempre.
Estás dentro del top de una de las divisiones más duras de la UFC. ¿Sientes que ya estás listo para una pelea eliminatoria por el título o prefieres seguir consolidando tu experiencia paso a paso?
Ya estoy en el eliminatorio por el título, o sea, estoy peleando con el número 2, ya creo que el 4 y el 5 también se van a enfrentar, luego está Belal con Ian Garry también el 22 de noviembre, entonces ya todos los vueltas están enfrentando por ese título, así que ahorita lo primordial es ganar esta pelea y luego ver qué pasa.
Michael, acá, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Acá atrás. ¿Qué tal? Bueno, definitivamente que han sido 4 semanas de ardua preparación. Mucho más allá de eso, quiero saber el equilibrio entre el recorte de peso y, por supuesto, la preparación deportiva. ¿Qué tal?
Estamos bien, o sea, lo primordial es lo mismo de siempre, el mismo trabajo de siempre, lo hemos hecho muy bien, creo yo. Ahorita, pues, todo el mundo me ve con la misma esquina, las mismas personas que están conmigo, ahora mi mamá, mi familia, todos están aquí, mis primos también. Así que no hay nada de diferente en esta bajada de peso, en esta preparación. Ya estamos listos. Lo único que hay que hacer es dar peso y ganar. Es lo que queda.
De acuerdo a las características que tiene Zhang, ¿cómo te has preparado para esto? ¿Crees que a lo mejor podrás finalizar como por lo general lo haces en el primer round o te va a costar un poquito más?
No, me pido que finalice el primero y el primero va a ser.
Correcto. Y en cuanto a ese análisis, a sabiendas también de las características que tiene tu oponente y que seguramente te llevará al suelo, ¿cómo has mentalizado eso?
Pues la pelea es peleando. Yo creo que él es un peleador que pelea a su estilo, yo a mi estilo, así que no sé cómo vaya a pelear él. Yo me acomodo como se dé la pelea y lo único que quiero es que se acabe rápido. Entonces, o finalizo golpeando o quién sabe qué vaya a pasar y me toca usar también jiu-jitsu a mí. Nadie ha visto esa parte mía y pues creo que me he preparado muy bien también en esa área. Así que lo único que queda es demostrar que tan bien preparado estoy para esta pelea.
Michael, por acá. ¿Cómo te va? Qué gusto estar acá. Oye, tú has peleado mucho en el Apex, una jaula mucho más pequeña. Te toca ahora en una jaula más grande que te ayuda a ti a controlar un poco más el centro del octágono, pero también ayuda a tu rival a escapar un poco y moverte más. ¿Cómo es un poco el análisis que han hecho con tu equipo para esa parte?
Para mí la jaula es igual, no importa la dimensión. He peleado incluso en jaulas aún más pequeñas que la del PI, así que golpes es golpe. O sea, esto es el que le duela más. Así que creo que las oportunidades que tengo ahora en esta gran jaula van a ser las mismas que las anteriores. A aprovechar cada oportunidad que tenga de finalizar esa pelea va a ser así. Lo único que tengo en desventaja, por así decirlo, es que yo dependo mucho de mi oído, dependo mucho de mi esquina, porque trabajo mucho con eso. Entonces, mucha gente va a estar ahí, mucha gente. Y las primeras veces que peleé en público me di cuenta de que no escucho nada en las esquinas realmente, así que...
Igual ya fue mucho tiempo aquello, ¿no?
Sí, pero igual, o sea, se siente igual. Para mí es como la primera o la segunda vez que peleé con público. Entonces, dependo mucho, como te digo, de mi oído, de mi esquina, así que voy a tratar de planear bien lo que vamos a hacer en el momento de estar en camerino.
Beneil dio un análisis sobre esta pelea, dijo que por poco, pero te tiene a ti. No sé si te dio algún consejo, porque tú trabajaste con él en algún momento, no sé si él ya le ganó, es el único que le ha ganado y por ti que yo, sorpresa, a Brady. No sé si te dio por ahí algún consejo.
No, o sea, no hablo, o sea, cuando voy a hablar con peleadores con los que he entrenado es para entrenar. No es para hablar de otras peleas, de otros rivales, no. Si te toca enfrentarlo, muy bien, ya lo enfrenté yo y hasta ahí, ¿me entiendes? No pasa nada. Así que el único consejo que he recibido por ahora es por parte de mi entrenador, de mi mamá y toda mi esquina. Así que es lo importante ahorita, estar concentrado en lo que vamos a hacer. Y ya hemos analizado todas sus peleas. Supongo que él también me analizó a mí también, así que esto es así, el trabajo se hace en la jaula.
Y la última, una pregunta doble. Esta semana y la próxima es la eliminatoria total del peso welter. ¿Te pone un poquito más de presión esa parte de saber que tienes que hacer un mejor show que todos? Y la otra, combinándola, porfa, la respuesta, técnicamente vas a ser local, mucha gente vive acá en New York, mucha gente te va a ir a ver a la arena más grande de este planeta, como es el Madison Square Garden. ¿Eso también te da una presión extra o te da una ventaja anímica superior?
Pues nunca tengo presión, creo yo. Nunca hay presión, nunca hay te están viendo los de Ecuador, te está viendo esta persona, no me importa. O sea, lo único que me importa es que mi mamá esté tranquila, que esté bien, que sepa que su hijo va a salir vivo de la jaula. Entonces, es lo único que me interesa, de que ella esté tranquila, y mientras ella esté tranquila, yo estoy tranquilo, no pasa nada.
Michael, acá, como dices, no tienes presión, pero en tus peleas anteriores siempre has comentado que los nervios, que siempre te sientes muy nervioso antes de salir al combate, porque bueno, tienes que enfrentarte a tu rival. Estar en el Madison Square Garden, ¿crees que incremente un poco esos nervios o crees que la adrenalina de la gente ahí te va a impulsar un poco más?
Ñaño, la pelea, como te digo, es pelear. Entonces no vas a jugar con alguien en la jaula. Obviamente te vas a subir a darte puñete con alguien. Entonces un mal golpe, terminas noqueado, te duermen, algo, eso te da miedo, te da nervios. Entonces, para mí es eso. No es que haya presión por gente o por la cartelera o las personas que me están viendo. Eso no me importa realmente. Lo que me importa es que salga ileso y no recibir tanto daño. Y pues, también me cabreo cuando me pegan en la cara. Así que lo importante ahorita es no recibir daño y salir bien de la pelea.
Algo de lo que se ha hablado mucho previo a este combate es que, bueno, Brady es un excelente grappler y se destaca eso mucho en la jaula. Ahora, en el tema del Jiu-Jitsu, hace poco pude conversar con tu entrenador y él me decía que fuiste a visitar la Academia Atos en California, donde hay múltiples veces campeones del mundo, está el mismo André Galbao y que nunca pudieron someterte en el sparring. Cuéntame cómo fue esa experiencia y qué tanto aporta a tu desempeño en la jaula el día sábado.
Como te digo, me preparo en todas las áreas muy bien. Así que no importa si es Jiu-Jitsu, si es lucha o lo que sea, trato de prepararme siempre bien. Y pues, como tú lo dijiste, fui a Atos, fui a entrenar y me fue bien. O sea, nos hemos preparado muy bien. El nivel de Atos está durísimo. Todo el mundo ahí entrena muy, muy fuerte. También entrena muy fuerte en Entran. Hay gente súper dura también en Jiu-Jitsu. Así que, al no verme la gente fuera, de afuera, al no verme haciendo esas cositas como jiu-jitsu o esto, piensan que no lo estoy entrenando, pero lo entreno casi todos los días. Raúl, el gimnasio le entran, en sí es puro jiu-jitsu, entonces lo que más se hace ahí es eso, solo que no me ha tocado aplicarlo todavía, más que como defensa, así que por el momento, si va a ser necesario en esta pelea, se lo va a aplicar.
Los dos últimos combates los ha finalizado muy rápido en el primer asalto. No hemos podido ver mucho del real nivel de Michael Morales. ¿Cómo crees que ha sido la evolución desde tu último combate ante Gilbert Burns ahora para enfrentar a Brady?
Muchas, o sea, en cada pelea evolucionamos de diferentes maneras, cositas se van puliendo, estoy creciendo, me estoy haciendo más grande en cuestión de masa muscular, entonces también de aprendizaje, estoy aprendiendo mucho. Yo creo que de un 100% de lo que puedes aprender en el Entran, yo llevo apenas un 20-25, entonces me queda mucho más todavía por evolucionar.
Y por último, un poco más de color, ¿qué fue la inspiración en el nuevo look y si hay algún diseño especial para las uñas ahora?
No, nomás libre albedrío, por así decirlo. Me gustó el color, me gustó el tinte y pues nada, simplemente esperar que a mi mamá le guste y si no le gusta ya me pinto mañana otro color.
Muchas gracias a Michael y muchos éxitos. Michael, por acá. Más allá de que el enfoque inmediato y el enfoque directo está, por supuesto, en la pelea de este sábado, tú siempre dices y recalcas que obviamente tú no le huyes a nadie, no le tienes miedo a nadie, incluso pareciera que el resto de peleadores en tu división son los que te corren un poco, los que te tienen un poco de miedo. Potencialmente te alzan la mano como ganador el día sábado. Tu siguiente pelea, si pudieras escoger, tú siempre dices que peleas contra cualquiera, pero hay alguien a quien le quieres sacar puntos suspensivos. ¿Te gustaría que sí o sí se dé lo más pronto posible esa pelea con Ian Garry?
Pues si él gana, sí. La pelea también de él es muy importante, va a pelear contra Belal, que no es un peleador súper fácil de vencer. El Belal, pues ya vieron cómo le ganó a Sean Brady, que nunca lo habían finalizado. Entonces, esta pelea entre él va a ser esencial para que siga subiendo en el ranking. Belal está en el 1, Sean Brady está en el 2. Entonces, sí o sí nos toca pelear a Ian Garry o a mí. Si no, pues avanzo, lo paso. Lo importante es el cinturón ahorita para todos nosotros los welter, que estamos buscando eso. Así que al que le den la oportunidad.
Siendo esta una pelea que se anunció, o al menos se hizo pública, con menos tiempo de anticipación que tu pelea anterior, la de mayo, ¿ha sido un poco más intenso, tal vez un poco más difícil este campamento?
No, ya sabíamos, como dije anteriormente, que íbamos a pelear con él, solo que él no había aceptado la pelea. Él lo dice en varias entrevistas que le dieron esta pelea a último momento, pero realmente él ya sabía que íbamos a pelear. Ya él tenía un aviso, siquiera que fueron unos 2 meses de preparación, que ya sabemos que teníamos esta pelea pendiente, pero no sé qué habrá pasado y al final aceptó hasta la 4ª semana. Así que yo me he estado preparando, lo hemos hecho muy bien. El coach Andy ha estado al pendiente de mi cardio, de que entrena todos los días. Así que no nos confiamos, por así decirlo, pero nos hemos estado preparando, moviéndonos mucho y cualquier cosita que nos digan, ya estábamos listos. Así que aceptar o aceptar.
Y la última, ¿nos regalas un arrecho Ecuador?
¡Arrecho Ecuador, hijo de puta!
Michael, por acá.
A ver.
Michael, ¿qué tal? Se ha escuchado en entrevistas de Sean Brady en podcasts anteriores donde él menciona que con su jiu-jitsu puede tal vez finalizarte. ¿Crees que de alguna forma está subestimando el nivel que tú tienes?
Pues como te digo, en ninguna de mis peleas he podido utilizar jiu-jitsu, más que para escaparme o para salirme, y me ha ido muy bien, así que si va a ser necesario usarlo, lo voy a hacer. No tengo presión sobre eso, o sea, si no siento la fuerza de mi rival sobre mí, pues no lo voy a hacer, solo para salirme o algo, pero ustedes vieron la pelea de Sean Brady con Burns, no lo puedo finalizar, yo me le pude salir rápido del control de él, entonces creo que tienen el mismo nivel de fuerza, pero Sean Brady es un poquito más joven, tiene un poquito más ventaja con la velocidad, así que lo único que puedo decir es que voy a utilizar todas mis armas si es necesario en esta pelea, y pues si es jiu-jitsu lo voy a hacer.
¿Qué significa para ti el hecho de que ahora mucha gente de la comunidad ecuatoriana se está organizando para hacer un banderazo, para apoyarte, estarán presentes en el press conference de mañana? ¿Qué significa eso para ti, el haber cosechado todo este fanatismo por parte de la comunidad ecuatoriana?
No, más que agradecido. Muchas gracias a todos por venir a celebrar esta pelea, por venir a vernos pelear, incluso a lo del partido también de la tricolor, esperar que también salgan con la victoria. Pero como te digo, estoy concentrado mucho en la pelea, estoy muy al pendiente de la pelea, no traigo siempre el celular a la mano para responder mensajes o saber qué está pasando con los fanáticos de Ecuador que están aquí, y pues lo único que quiero es estar tranquilo, de que no emocionarme tanto, que no se me mueva el piso, de mantenerme enfocado en esta pelea. La celebración viene después, eso sí, viene después. ahorita lo importante primero es cumplir con lo que vinimos a hacer y luego ya ver qué pasa.
Tú mencionas bien que parte de tu tranquilidad es ver a tu mamá tranquila. Ella también estuvo compitiendo, tu hermano compitió. ¿Cómo fue para ti el ser espectador de ellos, el verlos competir y pues que este es el mes de los Morales Hurtado en la competencia?
Sí, no, estaba bien nervioso, Mi mamá tuvo peleas duras, creo que peleó 3 veces, tuvo diferentes peleadoras, fueron como 12 creo en su categoría, así que tuvo rivales muy duras. Mi hermano también tuvo una pelea muy dura, ya va, que después de esta pelea creo que ya debuta en pro, así que esperar nomás que sigan ganando todos ellos. En mi familia se está dando mucho lo de las peleas ahora, así que esperar la oportunidad de que nos reconozcan a nivel mundial, por así decirlo, a los Morales Hurtado y ver qué pasa después.
Gracias, Michael.
Gracias.
Michael over here.
All right, Roman right here. The last time we saw you this summer didn't quite go your way. So I guess what was the biggest learning factor from that fight to now? Because it's not every day if you get a setback, the UFC comes with like a massive card and a big spot like this for most fighters.
Последний раз, как тебя видели, это было лето. К сожалению, бой не прошел так, как ты хотел. Какие уроки ты из этого извлек? Потому что не часто так бывает в UFC, когда тебе дают огромную такую возможность, она не идет, как ты хочешь, потом тебе дают опять такую же большой карт, большой турнир, очень знаменитый, именной, в таком городе. Что из этого можешь извлечь?
Да, прошлый бой прошел не так, как мы хотели, но ничего, мы руки не опускаем, движемся дальше. Там, я думаю, что были свои причины, несколько раз переносился, много раз. Может быть, из-за этого сказалось мое такое выступление. Сейчас все хорошо, никаких переносов нету. Мы подошли в отличной форме.
Yeah, it did not go my way, but it's not something we're going to, put our hands down about. We're going to keep training, keep moving forward. Last time, potentially, maybe there were some reasons. There was a lot of cancellations. They moved the fight a couple of times. This time around, none of that was an issue. We had a good camp. We got prepared and hopefully just moving forward.
Well, I was going to ask about that. For the Paolo fight, it seemed a lot of starting and stopping in camp. So did that actually play a factor?
Да, хотел как раз об этом спросить. Перед боем с Поло было как будто бы уже старт, потом стоп, потом старт, опять стоп. То есть туда-сюда. Повлияло ли это как-то на твое выступление?
Похоже, повлияло.
It seems as though, yeah, it sure did affect it.
На самом деле сложно, да. Подниматься на пик, спускаться, опять подниматься. Профессиональные спортсмены меня поймут. Ничего. Это наш путь.
You know, to be honest, it is pretty hard to go all the way and peak in training and then have to stop and then have to get to the peak again. I think professional athletes will understand what I'm talking about, but it's sport, you know, it's something we have to go through.
Gregory was in here and he said he was very excited not just to fight on this card, but to fight you because it would probably be fireworks in there. Do you feel the same way about Gregory Rodrigues?
Грегори Родригес был здесь, и он сказал, что, во-первых, для него это большая честь подраться на таком турнире, но он еще очень рад, что это будет бой против тебя, потому что наверняка будет фейерверк. Ты чувствуешь таким же себя образом или нет?
Да, я очень рад, что мы деремся на одном из лучших турниров года. Оппонент очень серьезный, сильный, как и все предыдущие. Тоже любит больше ударную технику. Я думаю, UFC делает шикарные бои. Они в этом профессионалы, и мы порадуем зрителей.
Yes, I'm very happy to fight on such an important card, such a big card of the year. Again, we got a great opponent. He's a striker as well. I'm a striker. Again, this is most likely going to show a really great fight for everybody. So I think we'll bring a lot of happiness with this fight to the fans.
This might be a strange question, but you know, you're one of the fights that people circle on this card like potential fight of the night. Do you view that as an insult? Because fight of the nights are usually close, and I assume you want to kind of put away Gregory with ease.
Смотри, интересно, что этот бой очень многие люди обводят как возможный бой вечера. Кажется ли тебе, что это как-то тебя притесняет, потому что бой вечера обычно бой, который достаточно близок, да, который противостояние, которое достаточно близкое. Не кажется ли тебе, что ты хочешь сюда выйти с целью того, чтобы его досрочить сразу, что это не будет близкий бой, что ты намного выше, чем он?
Да, он меня хочет досрочить, я его хочу досрочить, из-за этого это и будет бой вечера.
I think I want to finish him quick. He wants to finish me. I think this is why this is potentially the fight of the night.
Roman, right here. You got added to the UFC video game before this fight. I just wonder if that excites you at all and what that meant to you.
Знаешь, что тебя добавили в игру UFC до этого боя, и какие у тебя по этому поводу ощущения? Дает ли тебе это какой-то больший заряд?
Да, одна мечта сбылась, двигаемся дальше.
One dream accomplished. Keep moving to the next dream.
And could you just give us your thoughts and prediction for the main event between Islam Makhachev and Jack Della Maddalena?
Можешь ли предсказать главное событие между Исламом и Джеком? Как ты думаешь, кто победит?
Да, я думаю, бой будет очень интересным, но я за земляка, за Ислама. Я думаю, он сотворит историю.
I think it's going to be a very interesting fight, but I have to go with my countryman for Islam, and I think he's going to rewrite history.
Roman right here, right in the front. When people assess your skills, people always talk about how great you are technically, while Gregory, on the other hand, is kind of like a swing for the fences, live by the sword, die by the sword kind of guy. Would you agree with that assessment?
Очень часто, когда люди разбирают тебя и твоего соперника, они говорят, что ты очень технический боец, технично все подходишь к бою, а он более такой вояка, который идет просто в разнобой. Кажется ли тебе, что это правда, что ты действительно технарь, а он более такой драчун?
Я думаю, да. Так что мы будем брать его хитростью.
I think so. So we're gonna play a game with him. We're gonna be sly against him.
Obviously, you mentioned that you're a striker, and he's known for his striking too. But we've seen you display really good wrestling. He's actually a really good, BJJ grappler. How much focus did you have to pay attention to that side of the game that most people aren't expecting to happen?
Ты сказал, что ты ударник, он ударник, но все же мы видели тебя в бою, как ты хорошо борешься. У него тоже достаточно хорошие заслуги, как в Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, да. Как ты думаешь, ты это рассматривал как часть этого боя? Подходил к этому?
Да, конечно, мы работали во всех аспектах. Спарринг-партнеры были тоже такие же большие, подходящие, и про борьбу мы не забываем.
Yes, of course, we worked on all the aspects before this fight. We also had good sparring partners. We kind of try to match him, tall, big guys, strong guys. So we're definitely not forgetting about the wrestling aspect of the fight.
Good luck to you.
Ром, привет. Ты в прошлый раз был в co-main-ивенте, сейчас тебя поставили в прелимы. То есть в Бачатском во время твоего боя будет часов в 9 утра, в европейской части России часов в 5 утра. Это минус.
Last time when you fought, you were co-main event. This time around, you're on the prelims. In your hometown in Bachatsky, it's going to be around 9 a.m. when you fight. In the central part, it's going to be around 5 a.m. Do you consider this a minus, a negative thing?
Да нет. Люди, которые любят бои и которые любят именно мои бои, я думаю, они проснутся и в 3 ночи, и в час, им будет без разницы.
No, I'm pretty sure that people that like to watch fights, people that like to watch my fights specifically, they don't care what time it is. Even if it's at 3 a.m., 1 a.m., they'll wake up and they'll watch the fight.
I asked this to Tracy when she was in here. It seems like the second you guys got into the UFC, all of your media days, someone asked about this rematch for a while. So I guess how does it feel to, not that you were seeking it out, but like to finally kind of get this fight that everyone had, like even when you were fighting number one contenders, like, oh, what about Tracy Cortez? So now you can finally kind of put this chapter behind you.
Yeah, I think it's the timing just finally worked out. It was meant to happen. The division's, a little stalled at the top. With like super fights. So I think it just makes sense now.
I remember after your first fight against Tracy, you said, maybe you needed to grow after that. So I guess reflecting on that last fight to now, I guess, what do you think has been the biggest change in your style of or game plan and everything like that?
Yeah, I think the biggest change, honestly, is that I just grew up. I was only like 19 years old when I fought her the first time. I was like a kid. So I think I just, grew up, had a lot more experience, really locked in. Yeah, I think that's the growth I've had.
And you only get 3 rounds as opposed to 5 that you've had in the past couple of fights. So I guess, does that change anything in terms of preparation or game planning, or is it just like I'm so focused on myself, it doesn't really matter how many rounds there are?
Yeah, I feel like I never really care how many rounds there are, but you do need to be prepared that it's going to be a little faster pace. You don't have the extra 2 rounds to kind of plan for. So you need to get it done in those 3. Yeah, so just planning for a little faster pace.
And you strike me as someone that doesn't dwell on like past performances quite often, but I guess how, or was it difficult at all to kind of switch like back on after the Macy thing happened where you were hand wraps ready to go and then you didn't get that release? So did it take a while to kind of turn that off on, or did you just kind of wipe it and kind of move on pretty quickly?
Yeah, no, I feel like I wiped it and moved on pretty quick. I feel like even when it did happen, I almost felt like numb. I was like, how is this even happening? I felt like it wasn't even real. So I feel like that kind of helped me just be able to get past it and move on to what's next.
And obviously big title fight in the co-main event. Was it important to not just fight an MSG, but like also kind of be on the same timeline as the either the new champion or the current one?
Yeah, I definitely think that's even more important, being on the same timeline as the champion, because then, the fight game changes so much. It's so much about timing and who's available, that I think both of us fighting on the same night makes it that much closer of having a title shot next.
And, Tracy's obviously very popular wherever she goes, but the last time you fought here was like the Molly show and you were getting booed in your backyard. Are you expecting that to be different this time around?
I definitely expect it to be a little different. I think, Molly had the whole like Irish, New York kind of crowd. And like you said, Tracy's popular, but it's not that exact same people here. So I definitely expect a little bit more love.
And then last one for me, maybe a little unrelated, but I guess, the last couple media days we've had, or even before your fights against Manon and like Rose and everything, it was always like future champion, future title contenders. Did that weigh on you at all? Like everyone kind of labeling you a future champion so early in your UFC career?
Yeah, maybe in the beginning a little bit, just because I was so young and that was always like the goal. So it's like, oh, when people start saying that, you kind of get starry-eyed. But it's been a couple of years now of that, and I think I've been able to, absorb it more and really just focus on one fight at a time, and that's what will get you there.
Erin, right here. Obviously, this card is absolutely stacked. One of the storylines was that the Beneil Dariush fight got pushed to the main card. Are you surprised that you guys weren't pushed to the main card, being that you guys even ranked higher than those guys?
Yeah, I was hoping to be on the main card. I never been on a main card of a pay-per-view before, so I was hoping for that, but it's a stacked card, so just have to keep working there.
Obviously, the first fight was so close. I know there's not much to take because it's such a long time ago, but you've been asked about it so many times. Has that kind of made this a little more personal to kind of prove that you've always the better fighter?
I think it's more personal for myself as a fighter, just to prove to myself like how much I've grown, and to my coaches and everything that the work we put in has really shown, and that's what I want to show on Saturday.
Obviously, the co-main event is in your division. Do you have a preference in who wins?
No, I don't really have a preference. I mean, I think Valentina will win, but whoever wins wins.
Obviously, firsthand from your last expected fight, weird shit happens the day of the fight. Is there any way you weigh in on championship weight in case something happens?
That's always the goal. I mean, I know I weighed in championship weight last time, and I know I could do it. So, yeah, if that was something that was possible, I'll definitely make that.
Obviously, now because of what happened with the Macy situation, it's been a year since you fought. Was there any kind of process where you were trying to get in sooner than now?
Yeah, this fight was supposed to be matched up like a little bit sooner, but then it didn't work out. Yeah, and I mean, before I made my UFC debut, I was out for I didn't fight for 14 months before that, and I was able to go in there and kill that fight. So I'm expecting the same from this one.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Sean right here.
Yo, what's up?
It's obviously been a little bit since we last saw you. I'm sure you wanted to be more active. So I guess before we talk about the actual fight on Saturday, how frustrating was it? Because, you beat a former champion in a 5-round fight in his backyard. You would assume, 5-round fights are coming, number one contenders are coming. It just felt like we were waiting for you to get a fight. Did you feel the same way?
Yeah, kind of. I went to Canada, watched the title fight, watched them fight, and I assumed I was going to get something like in the summertime, but it didn't come. I did get offered something for August, but that didn't happen. But yeah, I thought I was going to be a little bit more active, not by choice. I want to fight more, but it is what it is. Here we are, and I'm ready to go.
Was this best case scenario? Then I know you had to wait out for a bit. You wanted to be active, but to get a high level fight against a guy with a lot of hype, MSG has to be best case.
Yeah, it's a huge fight. MSG, huge card, title fight in my weight class, against an undefeated guy, up and comer. Yeah, big fight, big stakes, and I'm gonna make the best of it.
He was in here and he kind of understood, because I remember when you lost to Bilal, it was kind of like, that was good for you, like the pressure of being undefeated. And he goes, well, he experienced that like long ago, even though he's technically undefeated pro. I guess, what do you think his mindset is kind of coming into this, because he hasn't really tasted any sort of adversity, not just losing, but just in a fight as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably very confident, but we all take L's in the gym, so I'm sure he's knows what it is to lose. He's a young, great fighter. He's going to be a great fighter after this, but unfortunately, he's got to run into me Saturday.
I was kind of going to ask that. Were you surprised that this was the fight that you ended up with? Because obviously you and Ian were there. Seemed like maybe the Prates fight made a little more sense in terms of rankings, but Michael, this early in his career, kind of caught everyone off guard.
Yeah, but he's in the top 10. There's really nothing else for me. If this fight didn't happen, I probably wasn't fighting until next year, which I'm a fighter. Winning solves everything. I'm going to go out there, win Saturday, and whatever is next for me is next.
How far back did you get the name Michael Morales? Because he seemed to think he got it earlier, and he was waiting for you to sign.
We got it like a couple months ago. It wasn't super early, but it was plenty of time. Me and Ian, that was offered for the Vancouver card. That's what I originally thought, and then came back, and obviously that changed, and it became Michael Morales at MSG. So we know him for a little bit.
So I guess looking at Michael, what do you make of his skill set in there? Because he has, like, a lot of people might not know, but he does kind of come from a grappling wrestling background, but we've seen his hands.
He's big, he's strong, he's powerful. He has good grappling too. I just don't think that he's been tested by somebody like me yet. I don't think anyone's really going after him in the grappling. Gilbert was on that path. Gilbert was looking good until he kind of wasn't, but I'm going to be there. I'm going to be in his face the entire time.
There's a lot of Ecuadorian media here for him, because I guess there's a big game next week for the national team.
Okay.
Also in New Jersey.
Nice.
So there's kind of a lot of double dip. Have you noticed a lot of attention on this fight from like his fans as well?
No, I'm not on social media right now, and I haven't seen any of it. But good for him, man. I live an hour and a half away, so I'm have plenty of people behind me.
And then last one for me, I'm sure you've been asked this a bunch, but like there's a lot of welterweight fights coming up. It seems I guess the majority of us kind of assume best performance title shot. Kamaru throwing his name in the hat. So I guess what do you make of this kind of welterweight round robin happening?
Yeah, it's it went from nothing happening to everything happening. So, but it's good. Whoever's going to get next is going to get next. I can't control that. I'm just going to go out there, control my performance, win, and then if I have to fight again, I have to fight again. But it's going to be very interesting couple of weeks.
Who do you think wins the main event?
I'm going to go with Jack. I think Jack's going to get it done.
You think he gets it done inside 5 or goes to decision?
I don't know, man. It's a tough fight. And I say that, and then Islam could go out there and sub him. So, I'm just looking forward to watching it. Hopefully, UFC lets me be front row after I get a win.
And I know you said you're not on social media, you don't kind of see this, but a lot of people in like Islam's camp kind of see you as like, that's a tough fight. Like, that will be a tough fight.
Yeah. I mean, respect to them. They're a great camp, great people. I think it's going to be a great fight, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how Islam looks at 170.
Sean, right here.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Good. How you doing, man?
Good, man.
Obviously, I want to go touch on what Jose just asked you. Kamaru threw his name in the ring, but so did Islam. Islam mentioned Kamaru.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think if you look at it, Kamaru's a former champion. He had one of the longest win streaks at welterweight as a champ. So of course, everybody wants to get that name on their resume. And I think it's a favorable matchup for Islam. So of course he's going to throw it out there. But yeah, Usman is definitely in there. He's definitely in the talks, but I think he has to win one more at least before you even start considering him for the title shot. So yeah, it's a little crazy. Everyone wants a title shot, but no one wants to fight for it.
Yeah. So obviously we get a bunch of welterweights, asking very similar questions to them, and they all kind of like pound the table for themselves to get the next title shot. You're kind of passive with it. Are you worried because of that? You're not. You'll be the highest ranked guy in the card.
Yeah.
You beat the undefeated Michael Morales. You beat a former champion, Leon Edwards, but you're not the one saying, yeah, I'm the next guy. Are you worried they'll skip you because of that?
No, because like I said, I'm not worried about it. I had a point in my career where all I wanted was a title shot. I got the Beneil fight. I thought that was going to be the easiest fight of my career. I lost that fight, and I was expecting to get a title shot after that, so I'm not rushing things anymore. Whatever happens, happens. My path is my path, and I'm going to go out there Saturday night, do my thing. If I get the title shot next, great. If not, I'm a fighter. I'm just going to keep fighting people until I'm undeniable and I get the shot. I don't want to be one of these guys saying, I deserve this, I deserve this. You earn what you get here, so I'm going to go out there. I'm going to earn my shit.
When I think about your fighting style, I think a guy you're on the gas, you're in someone's face, pressure, and then obviously incredible grappling. I asked Michael Morales about that, and he said, well, you media, new fans kind of make him out to be Superman when you're in the cage, basically saying you're not that special. What's your thoughts on that?
I feel like people are doing that to him. I don't think people are doing that to me. I think people look at him and see him finishing guys, but I see a lot of holes in his game, and I'm going to exploit them Saturday night. I don't think I'm Superman. I'm just a hardworking guy who likes to fight, and I'm going to go out there and do my best, and my best is to get my hand raised.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, Sean, way in the back. I wanted right back.
Oh, what's up, man?
I wanted to talk to you about your new brand, Grit and Guillotines. It seems like that's a new endeavor of yours. Can you talk to us about the spark and kind of where the brand is at now?
Yeah, it was just a line of my own shirts through a company, Fuel Hunt, for a long time. Now we separated them, and now it's officially its own brand. And it's just inspired by jiu-jitsu and my Japanese tattoos and kind of just stuff I like. So we make rash guards, shorts, shirts, everything. So yeah, it's a cool little side thing we're doing.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is the first pay-per-view you've appeared on since the Bilal fight back in 2022.
Yeah.
Just talk to me about that. What's it like being back, Madison Square Garden in front of, a sold-out arena? How cool is that for you?
Yeah, it's huge, but I'm not going to let it, I won't look back on it until the fight's over, I fought Leon Edwards in the O2 Arena on 4 weeks' notice, and I think that was a huge stage for me to go and do that. So I got to drive up here with my boys, my team, my wife and my baby are driving up tomorrow, so it feels like I'm home, man. This is a home court game for me, and I'm looking to show out Saturday.
And last question for me, a lot of guys in your situation, in your position, like in the rankings and stuff, I don't think a lot of people would take a fight, so far down in the rankings. How confident are you in your abilities? Because this is a fight that matters a lot, obviously, but the confidence has to be pretty high. Yeah,
I'm confident against anybody. If I'm as good as I say I am, I should be able to beat anybody in the division. I would have to fight Michael either now or later. So fuck it. I might as well get him out of here now and then deal with everybody else after that. I think a lot of guys jockey for position and stuff like that. And I've been there in my career trying to do that before, and it didn't get me anywhere. So I'm going to show I'm the best welterweight. I'll beat Michael. And then if I get the shot after that, great. If not, I'll beat up Kamaru. I'll beat up Ian if he wins. I want to rematch. I want to fight Bilal again, no matter what happens in his career or my career. Nothing against him, but that's just one I want to get back. So there's plenty of fights out there for me, but I'm going to deal with Michael Saturday, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Hello, Sean, over here. Greetings from Ecuador. By the way, I just came for the UFC. I didn't came for the match.
Okay.
So I want to ask you, everybody's talking about your great grappling. Everybody knows you're a great grappler.
Yeah.
And a lot of people seems like they are watching a fight against both of you on the ground, but are you ready to be on the foot and striking?
I've been sparring with Joe Pyfer for 6 to 7 weeks, so I think I'm ready to get hit anybody. Joey's a much bigger, harder puncher than Michael and anybody else in 170, probably 185 too. He's probably the hardest puncher. So yeah, we've been getting after it. So I'll be ready wherever this fight goes.
So Michael has a background on wrestling also,
Mhm.
so maybe he will be able to work on you. You talk about his soft points. Can you talk about?
Yeah, he's definitely a good
more?
grappler, but I never wrestled a day in my life, and I've gone against D1 wrestlers, and they think that I've wrestled at the highest level, and I never did. So accolades like that really don't mean much in the room. You know, you can wrestle for this team, this country, that country, but it doesn't mean anything when you're mixing it up in MMA, and I think I'm the best at doing that. George St. Pierre never wrestled a day in his life, and look what he did.
So he's very used, the last one for me. He's very used to fight at the apex, so the octagon is smaller than in other arenas. This was something you thought about it?
Yeah, it's big. We'll be able to move around, but eventually we're going to find each other, and I'll get my hands on them, and I'll get the fight where I want.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Sean, one more.
What's up, brother?
Just quick. You know, you've talked about it a bunch about, you know, not being undefeated and how that did win.
Yeah.
But this scrum in particular, you keep bringing up like that. I used to be like that. I used to jockey.
Yeah.
Do you kind of tell that to young fighters in your gym now? Like maybe you didn't
Yeah.
have someone tell you
Yeah.
that then, and now you want to play that role now?
Yeah, 100%. I think we all undefeated sounds great, but you never get most people. If you're going undefeated, you're probably not fighting the test that you should fight, and eventually you're going to fight somebody, and eventually you're going to lose, and that's fine. It's a learning lesson. You can't let it break you. I took it. It made me a way better human, a way better fighter, a way better everything in my life. So it did nothing but great things for me. And yeah, not saying go out there and lose a fight, and it's going to, but adversity is just going to make you better, and adversity made me better, and I'm a way better man today for it. Thanks, bro. Thank you, guys.
Well, Jack, I feel like since your win in Montreal, this is the fight that we've been like literally the first interview you did was about Islam. So I guess how's it feel to now only be a few days away from finally getting to fight the guy that we've been asking you about since your last fight?
Yeah, I'm super excited. It's obviously a big challenge. One of the best fighters ever in the UFC. So I look forward to testing myself against him.
Another thing you said after your win in Montreal is that you thought that fight was a good kind of test to prepare for Islam. So going back and rewatching that, do you still feel like that, or was that just kind of in the moment you felt like that?
I think it was like a grappler, forward pressure sort of fighter, 5 rounds. So yeah, it was a good test.
And I guess how's life changed for you since winning the belt compared to expectations? Because a lot of people are chasing that, and then when they get it, they have all these lofty expectations that might not be met. So how's life for you compared to what you thought it would be as champion?
Yeah, nothing's really changed. I've always just looked forward to the next big challenge. Obviously, yeah, as you said, we knew about the fight pretty much straight away. So I was just back to the gym, back to reality, and then chasing another big challenge.
And just, seeing all the interviews you and your team have done is you are extremely confident in this fight. It's like when I beat him, when I knock him out, when I finish him. So I guess what are you seeing from Islam that gives that much confidence that other people haven't been able to crack in there?
I mean, I just believe in myself, believe in the team, trust the process.
And a lot of like Islam's past opponents, we always ask them like, oh, how do you stop the takedown? How do you stop the takedown? And it seems like you and your team are very much like, well, we might get taken down, but we can get it back up very quickly. Maybe Islam's other opponents are more worried about the takedown and not getting back up. Do you agree with that kind of assessment?
For sure. Going in there 5 rounds with Islam, you got to expect to at least hit the ground at some point. He's battle tested. He's been in there against some of the best guys, so expect to hit the ground, but that's what you can do with that. Obviously, perfect world be keep him away, not be able to hit the ground. But yeah, we expect a full mixed martial arts battle.
We've also heard that narrative that Islam kind of slows down in the later rounds. Do you think that's kind of a fair assessment, given he did finish Dustin late in the fight and he did go 5 rounds with Volkanovski?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everyone sort of slows down in 5 rounds. So yeah, we'll trust the game and we'll slow them down.
When do we get the just keep pinging the cunt shirts?
They're out.
Yeah. Can we get them in America though?
Yeah, I'm sure you can.
Jack Rea, when Islam decided to move up in the division, he said he looked at the whole division and he didn't see anybody that can give him a tough fight. What's your response to that?
I mean, we'll see. I think I've got the skills. I think I think everyone can give people tough fights. I think if he's not expecting a tough fight, he'll be in for a rude awakening.
A lot of people are taking you to win. A lot of the assessments I hear, a lot of people say that the reason why you're going to win is what you did to Beneil. They said that Beneil fights very similar to Islam. Obviously, they've trained together. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
I think it's a different matchup. I think some things Beneil does better than Islam, and there's a lot of things that Islam does better than Beneil. So, yeah, we're expecting a tough fight.
Obviously, you've talked to Alex Volkanovski. You're close. I'm assuming he's giving you some tips and everything. Obviously, his first fight was extremely close. A lot of people thought he won. Without giving away a game plan, is anything that he said particular stood out to you?
No, I mean, we spoke in depth, about went into depth about what Islam's strong at, things he maybe he didn't expect in the fight that he was good at. So, yeah, we came together with the team and sussed out a good game plan.
He was just asked Islam, after he fights you, if he wins, who does he want to defend the belt against? He mentioned Kamaru Usman. Obviously, this card is loaded with other welterweights. If you had a choice, who would you pick?
I mean, I guess it sort of depends how the next few weeks play out. Obviously, I think after the next 14 days, the top 5 will look a lot different. So we'll see who prevails with the cleanest performance.
And my last question, obviously, you're here, Madison Square Garden, doesn't get bigger than that. You're going against, superstar in Islam Makhachev. A lot of people believe he's the pound-for-pound best. You beat him. I mean, what's better than that? How can you top that?
Yeah, I know. It's a big challenge in a pretty iconic spot. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited to go out there and leave some of myself in MSG.
Jack, over here to your right. You faced off with Islam the other day. What did you just make of his size and how he's added the weight for welterweight?
Not much. It's hard to sort of gauge. We're on top of a building. I was pretty freaked out about that, so it was hard to sort of gauge too much.
Are you afraid of heights?
A little bit.
A little bit. A lot made with Islam coming in here. You know, his shot for history, 2 belts, Anderson Silva's winning streak and everything. Today is the 32-year anniversary of UFC 1. For you, I'm sure you want to be one of the all-time greats as well. How important is winning this fight into what you want to make your career into?
Yeah, massive legacy fight, you know, one of the best guys ever. Regardless of the result, he will go down as one of the greats. So, yeah, it's going to be a pretty good scalp on the resume.
And I get the sense you don't care what anyone outside of your camp and yourself thinks and their opinions on this fight, but you're the betting underdog. But a lot of the fighters, you know, today at Media Day and interviews are picking you to win this fight. What do you think the fighters are seeing about you that maybe the fans or the people betting are missing?
I feel like the fighters always tend to lean towards the champion, so not really paying too much attention.
Jack, way in the back. I wanted to ask you about the statement where you had said that you were coming for his pound for pound spot. Obviously, there's so much on the line in this fight, the championship belt, the name, pound for pound spot, all that stuff. But like, where do you rank all these different things? Like, what do you want most out of this victory?
I mean, just to retain my belt, like, it doesn't really matter. I guess the pound for pound is very subjective. It doesn't really mean much. So just going in there, get the win over Islam is the #1 goal.
And for you, the 2 blemishes that you have on your record, they were the first 2 pro fights. I feel like a lot of people, it'd be easy to give up back then and kind of say, maybe I'm not a fighter, et cetera, et cetera. But look where you're at now. So I guess how proud are you of the fact that you stayed consistent, you kept fighting after that tough, rough start to your career?
Yeah, it was sort of a no-brainer. I still love training, still wanted to compete more. So, yeah, I guess there was a lot riding on that third fight. Maybe if that had have gone different, it would be a different story. But yeah, just sort of still loved the sport, trusted the team, so just stuck at it.
And last question, obviously, like you said, you were the betting underdog, but there's a hell of a lot of people who expect you to win this fight. So I want to ask you, what's the roller coaster like of being a guy who was counted out, being doubted against Belal, winning that fight, and now being a guy, obviously there are, you know, the underdog thing, but there's so many people that believe in you now. So what's that roller coaster like of that change?
I mean, I still feel like I'm the underdog. I still have that underdog mentality. I feel like I've got everything to prove. So not much has changed. I mean, I enjoy the underdog role. So
thank you, man.
Yeah, Jack, over here on your left. Circling back to Volkanovski, how important would it be for you to get to avenge his couple of losses to Islam? Can you talk a little bit more about your relationship with him?
yeah, Volk's the man. He's obviously an inspiring character for an Australian. He's one of Australia's greatest athletes, I believe. So, yeah, just be able to know him, call him a friend, and be able to watch him train is inspiring for me, and definitely shows the level like where you need to put yourself to get to the heights that he's got to.
And then lastly, so much of these questions and so much of this week has been about Islam. Have you appreciated that? Is that nice for you that some of the spotlight is maybe taken off of you in your first defense and he kind of has more of the pressure going into Saturday night?
Yeah, I like that. It's good.
Just one over here. So you're a very, very good champion. A lot of people didn't believe you could win the title. You want to win this fight, whatever happens. I wanted to ask you about the other welter guys, because this week and the other one is like, seems that the best guy will be the next. We are from Ecuador. I wanted to know, what do you think about Michael Morales, and just if you see him as a potential number one?
Yeah, for sure. He's a big, strong, powerful guy, so you got to respect that. And yeah, I expect him to definitely be. Yeah, it'll be an interesting fight, him and Brady. It's an interesting one. We'll see what happens.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
some bright lights.
Well, this other side right here. We spoke to you a year ago here before this. So I guess from there to now, obviously you had that one fight against RDR, but I guess outside of fighting, just how's life been and everything, like just outside of camp?
Wow, that's a really nice question. Thank you. It's been good, I have a 2-year-old boy and another 3-month-old. So added one to the family, and it's been great. It's been amazing. But yeah, other than, training and focusing on fighting, which is, 95% of my time, been able to spend, the rest of the time with family or outside hunting, spending some time in the outdoors. But yeah, been good. Think that, just excited to be here. So looking forward to this weekend.
I was going to ask this later, but since you kind of brought it up, you've been preparing for the high level competition since you were like single digits in age to now. So I guess, do you feel burnout at all? Just constantly thinking of the next guy you have to either grapple or get into a fist fight with?
I don't, because I think it's the biggest passion that I have in my life. It's something that I'm just so excited to do. And I'm really grateful that I get to make a career out of this and go in every day and train. I was thinking the other day that it's really interesting because I'm basically doing the exact same thing right now that I was doing at 5-6 years old. I just don't go to school. But other than that, like, I'm pretty much in the same routine that I've always been in, and I enjoy it, and it's really fun for me. And every day, my favorite part, other than hanging out with my wife and kids, is being able to go train and go to practice. So that's what I love doing.
Your life since your loss to RDR, we've heard from a ton of fighters when they suffer their first setback in the UFC, they have that phrase, like, you don't know who your friends are till you're down. Did you have an experience like that, or did you kind of keep a close-knit circle that you didn't really go through that?
I did have an experience like that, but it was, I think, different from what most people had, because I kind of had heard those same stories, right? And you expect that going in, but I actually got like way more love and support after my last loss than I did even my wins previous. It was something that I was surprised with. I figured that everybody would kind of jump ship and not, and just let me be. But the amount of support and love that I had, I'd probably 50% more text messages and people saying things like, just keep your head up and you'll be back and stuff like that. There was more people texting me than the people that texted me after I had one fight. So that was something I was really grateful for, and really just appreciative of.
In terms of the fallback in camp, did you have to change, or did you consciously decide to change anything in preparations coming off a loss?
I think that for me, it felt like a lot of changes because I really just changed a lot of stuff mentally and had a different level of like focus and intensity and motivation with my training. I think that the loss has been something that's been really good for me and something that I'm grateful for. And the hard part is just now it's felt like a long time, and I've been waiting and just working and grinding, and excited to get back in there this weekend.
Were you hoping to get back in there sooner?
Yeah, I definitely wanted to get back in sooner, but things work out the way they do. There's a lot of other moving parts other than myself and what I want. So, I'm grateful to be on this card. I think it's definitely one of the biggest cards of the year, and in my opinion, probably the best card of the year as far as matchups. So it's a great opportunity for me.
What do you make of the matchup with Rodolfo? Because obviously facing Paul Craig with his level of jiu-jitsu is one thing, but the accolades don't get much better than Rodolfo.
Of course, Rodolfo is, world class, not only in one sport, but in 2 sports, which is impressive. And so it's something that you got to respect the guy going in. And I think that for me, it's really a lesson that I learned from my last fight, is just to focus more on myself than my opponent, and just work on continuing to round out and perfect my skills and the fundamentals of fighting. So, I think got respect for Rodolfo, and he's able to accomplish a lot. But this camp and all the training leading up has been focused on me.
And he was in here, and I know a lot of middleweights, when you lost, they kind of tried to pick at you, but he was, very kind of gracious about it. He's like, I went through that, and I think Bo actually did well against Paul Craig. I remember you weren't exactly high on your own. So I guess, what do you make of that? He seems like very respectful compared to past opponents?
Yeah, I think he's a really nice guy. Obviously, he's a true student of the sport. He's a guy that's competed in combat sports for a long time, and so I think respect is something that's really important. And it's more emphasized in jiu-jitsu and wrestling and grappling sports over MMA. So yeah, that's a really nice thing to say.
And then just last one for me is, I guess, win or lose the plan, still White House, I would imagine, you'd have to be on that, right?
I would love to be on that card. I think right now, obviously, the most my focus is on this weekend and getting it done this weekend. But really after that, yeah, prepping for the White House card, potentially one fight in between then, but I got to get through this weekend first.
Well, Rhea, obviously when you win, you're the man. When you lose, you've lost in wrestling before, you understand the critics come out, they come after you. One criticism I've been hearing a lot is people saying that they don't think you're totally sold on MMA. They say you got all these other things going on, that you're podcasting, that you're in Pennsylvania when you should be down in Florida more, that you just wrestled in RAF, that you're with the national team guys. What's your response to that?
I think anytime there's criticism, you can take it personally and let it be a hit to your ego, or you can look at it and analyze it and try to be unbiased. And I feel like a lot of the stuff, there's some truth to it. So it's like, you can maybe look at it from that way or perceive it that way, and maybe there is a little truth there. But I feel like it's really lacking the whole picture. And at the end of the day, I'm going to live my life the way I want to live my life. So nobody's going to tell me what to do or how to do it. I'm going to make those decisions and do what I think is best for me personally. But that being said, I think that I don't really approach the critics and the observation of what they're saying with like malice, or I feel like, oh, like these people are attacking me, like it's me against them. It's more just like try to observe it in an unbiased way and just see maybe there is some truth to that, or and then to be 100% honest, most of it I don't even hear, so I'm not really super worried about it.
Obviously, those who are picking against you, the thing they point out is obviously how great Rodolfo's jiu-jitsu is. A lot of people are saying like it wouldn't be wise for Bo. You're the best wrestler in the UFC, but for you to go for a takedown, if the chance is there, will you go for a takedown?
Yes. Yeah, definitely. If it's there, I'll go for it. I think, I'm just excited to fight. I feel like I've made huge gains this camp. This is from my last fight to now. I feel like the biggest improvements I've made in my entire career. So, looking forward to showing all my skills.
Just two quick ones for me. Any update on Carter Storace? I know he talked about fighting MMA. I know he's a teammate of yours. Can you give us an update?
Yeah, I think Carter is trying to figure out what he wants to do. He's an unbelievable athlete, one of the most talented guys I've ever been around, and whatever he decides to do, he's going to be successful at. Whether he wants to be an Olympic gold medalist in 2028 or whether he wants to fight, either way, he'll be successful. And he's going through a very similar period as to what I did post wrestling career, where it's just a transition of trying to decide what you're going to do, and there's a lot of thought that goes into that because it's an important decision. So I think he's just taking some time and figuring it out.
Then my last question, since we last saw you fought, Gable Steveson has fought MMA and just had a bare knuckle match. What's your response? What do you think how's he doing?
He's doing great. I'm excited to see Gable in MMA, and it seems like he feels like it's natural to him. So, I think that for him, competing at a high world-class level is inevitable, and he's just going to hopefully continue to improve and get better. And yeah, it's great to see wrestlers like him compete in the sport, because we haven't seen really truly high caliber guys transition for a long time. I think it's going to be great to continue to watch his career.
Good luck to you.
Bo, over here on your left. I'm a fellow State College resident. I've bumped into you in coffee shops and whatever else. I know a lot of the guys that you train with. I know of how successful your gym has been, of people flying in from around the country to train with you and living around the State College area. Do you feel any extra weight to right the ship on your career because of how many people depend on the success of your career for their own training and their own careers?
Maybe now after you brought it up. I don't really think about it. It's not something to me that is really super weighty in my motivation. My motivation for doing what I do is 100% internal. It's because I want to do it. It's because I love it, and I'm enthusiastic and passionate and excited to do it every day. I think that, you know, when you're always thinking about the pressure and thinking about what you're going to do and just internalizing every thought, it's like, it's a tough life to live and it's a lot of stress. So for me, I'm just doing this because I love it. And I feel like all the support that I get from the community and from people around me, I'm just incredibly grateful for. And I'm happy to represent them, you know, hopefully in a positive way. And yeah, I feel grateful for it.
Speaking of that community, I bumped into a guy a few days ago who shared a picture with me of a group of men laying their hands on you and praying for you, I think at Calvary a few days ago. What has been the community like? You talked about it a little bit, of the guys that have rallied around you since the loss, but in the last couple months, how much more important has family, some of that community, even friends outside of the fight game, how important has that been?
Absolutely massive. Yeah, I was, at church on Sunday, and a group of men, including my pastor, asked if they could pray with me for, this week in the fight. And it was really just prayers for me to be able to have an opportunity to share Jesus with everyone and compete to the best of my ability. It's nothing to do with winning and losing. And because of that, I know like the support that I have in my community and from my family, my loved ones, it really is deeper than, based on like my performances. Of course, I want to perform my best. Of course, I train hard and want to do well, but it's really just, I know for a fact they love me for me, and I love them for them. And it doesn't matter like the results of what's going on around. And that's special. That's something that I'm grateful for. And I would hope that everybody could feel that and feel that love and support. And really, regardless of like, whether they're successful in their endeavors or not.
And then last one for me, a year ago, you were here getting booed by the MSG crowd for taking all 15 minutes to beat.
I still think they were just saying, "Bo." I'm pretty
Either
sure,
way.
guys.
But
They were
now,
just chanting
obviously, a year later, it's a totally different story. And that ascent hit a speed bump. But when you look back on your first few years in MMA, is there anything that you wish you would have done differently? When you look back at the fights against Craig, or you look back at some of your first few opponents, do you wish you did any of that different?
I think that the only thing I would do differently is, I made a pretty arrogant comment on Ariel Helwani the first time I went on that, of course, I would be on the main card. So a lot of people have given me a lot of flack for that. And it finally, your guys' wishes were fulfilled. So be headline the prelims. So congratulations, everybody. But no, honestly, everything I would do is I would do the same, and I'm grateful for it.
Bo right here. Bo right over here. Do you think that, all the way back, do you think that this fight gives you the opportunity, and do you feel more motivated to show the world how great you are just because of some of the things? Like, this fight seems like the perfect opportunity just to remind people, if you will.
Yeah, I'm not super worried about what other people think of me. I think this is an opportunity for me to prove to myself what I'm about. And really the platform that I'm given is such a blessing. And I feel grateful to have that, to try to share a positive message, a message that promotes faith, it promotes family and the things that are important in life. So, for me, as far as like what people think of me, it doesn't really matter. It's not really super important. But what is important is that I compete to the best of my ability as hard as I can, have my effort at 100%. And, I just feel like right now the platform that I'm given, it's just to promote, how important my faith is to me, how important, my family and friends are to me in those relationships. And really those are the most important things in my life. So, outside of that, fighting is super important, but it's just something that I do and that I get to pursue, and I love it. But yeah, that's all I would say.
Oh, just one more. I know you're kind of in the podcast game, some analyst stuff. Can you give us your breakdown and prediction of the main event between Jack Della Maddalena and Islam Makhachev?
Yeah, it'd be a great fight. These guys are super high level. I think JDM is probably the most underrated fighter on the roster. He's incredibly talented. Islam's, a proven entity in the sport, a guy that's beat so many high level fighters and not only beat, but had finishes against really, you know, amazing competition. So as a fan of the sport, I'm super pumped as far as analyzing it and what's going on. You know, of course, it's a little obvious, you know, you got a grappler versus striker. It's really just about whether or not who can impose their will on the fight, right? Is Islam going to be able to control it and get things on the ground and hold JDM down, or will JDM be able to keep it on the feet and outstrike him? We'll see. I think that both guys are some of the, you know, a couple of the best guys in the world, so it'll be fun.
Unique to MMA that you can say a champion on an 18-fight winning streak is the most underrated guy in the sport?
I think probably, you know, it's a pretty wild situation. Jack's a guy that I actually watch him a lot. I've watched him for a long time, like before people really even knew who he was. And I was like, wow, this guy's striking it doesn't look fast. It doesn't look flashy, but it's just like smooth and clean. And yeah, I mean, he's world-class, and yeah, 18-fight win streak is pretty insane, you know? So that's going to be an awesome fight.
Hello, everybody. Oh no, mic problems.
There you go.
There it is.
Well, Beneil, I'm sure you've been asked this a million times, but you don't seem like someone that really pays attention to it. But the whole prelim main card positioning, has that ever played a like? Did you ever have you ever thought about that in your?
Nah, I didn't care much about it. The only thing that was like, okay, I'm gonna fight at 9:30 or I'm gonna fight at 10. That's the only thing that came to my mind. And plus, bro, I mentioned this before, but like Rodolfo Vieira, that was a guy that everybody's like, he came onto the jiu-jitsu scene when I was a purple belt, brown belt, and he just ran through everybody. So I had, you know, I was a big fan of him. And then same thing with Bo. The way he wrestles, he had a different style coming out of Penn State. He didn't quite have the similar style. He had a lot of funk in his game, and like he was very fun to watch. So I was a fan of both of them. I had no issue with them being on the main card.
Did you have any thoughts of the fans seemed more upset about like them being above you? Like the fans came to your defense more than anyone.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that till later on, and I just thought that was really sweet. You know, it's not often. You know, I don't interact with my fans often, so it's not often I get to see too much from them. But that was really cool. It's genuinely appreciated.
And Benoit, obviously one of the more violent fighters, as the fans say in the UFC. So I guess it's just like, I see the big grin on your face. Is this the type of fight that you get excited for?
Yeah, this is a good fight, man. It's exciting. He's a good fighter. He's very skilled. He's more experienced now, and I just think stylistically it's a fun fight for me. And I just, you know, obviously I think I'm better, so I'm excited for the fight.
It's when fans break him down, they always like point to his striking, and his opponents don't really look the same after they fight Benoit, but he has a lot of submissions in there too, and he has a pretty, you know, great ground game. So when you're breaking him down, I guess what stands out to you from his skill set?
Yeah, when I watch him, I see more of a grappler, to be honest with you, but you know, everybody sees him differently. I would say current culture is very you know, short attention span. So what you see a lot of is his highlights. But if you watch the entirety of his fights, clearly he's a great grappler, very dominant in that, and I think something I need to watch out for.
And you were already in the UFC when he made his like debut, like pro debut, I think. So at what point did he get on your radar? Was there like a fight you're like, all right, I'm gonna probably have to fight this guy at some point?
Maybe the Matt Fravilla fight, maybe that one, or which one am I thinking of right now? Obviously, he fell short against Dustin, but I also saw him, fight Thiago Moises, and he had a very dominant performance with Thiago. So those were fights that came to my mind that made me think, oh, this could be a possible fight in the future.
And like I said, you've been in this game for a long time, and I've asked this to guys like Charles and everyone. Like, at what point do you stop preparing for your opponent specifically because you've seen so many different styles and just kind of focus on yourself?
I think it's always focus on yourself first, but maybe like an 80-20, mostly on yourself and then 20% on your opponent. And then you make adjustments a little bit based on the opponent, but mostly you try to cover up your own holes. I think if you want to be a great fighter, you focus on your holes. And if you can fill those holes, that's when you become the most dangerous. But then again, you still have to study tape, see what your opponent does, how to react to it, and all that stuff. So you got to do all A through Z.
And just last one for me, I think a win would put you second all-time lightweight wins, just behind Jim Miller. I think you're currently tied with Cowboy. So were you aware of that? And does stats like that even matter to you at this point?
I mean, I wasn't aware of it, but it sounds cool. So it sounds very cool. Obviously, there's guys like even Cowboy. He had more wins because he went to 170 and whatever. And I'm sure there's other guys that fought in different divisions. But I mean, it's still cool. I still think it's really cool. So thank you for letting me know.
You think you can catch Jim? I think he's at 24 right now.
24 wins? Yeah. I don't know, bro. That's a lot because he's not stopping. You know what I mean? If he decides to stop and I'm still feeling good, maybe. But if he keeps going the way he's going, I don't know.
I think he said he wants like 50 UFC fights, and then that's a wrap.
Come on, Jim. Take a break, man. But okay. Well, if that's what Jim wants, that's what Jim gets.
Beneil right here, right in the front.
Oh.
Yeah. You mentioned that Benoit Saint-Denis is known for his grappling. I mean, his last two matches, he dominated with his grappling. But you're an even more decorated grappler. Guys who have tried to grapple usually doesn't really work out for them. So do you expect him to maybe try to just keep it striking?
Yeah, he could. Honestly, when you say more decorated, I don't really know, because I haven't grappled in an actual grappling match in so long, so I don't really know what that means anymore. More decorated, but I think in grappling I have an advantage for sure. So he could go that route, and if he goes that route, that's fine. I have plenty of ways to deal with that.
Yeah, when I'm talking about grappling, I mean, you've won world championships in grappling.
Yeah, that was what was that? 2011 and 2012 and 2010, like white belt, blue belt, purple belt. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like I was in the black belts. I stopped competing after brown belt. So I don't know. Like a brown belt from back then is world champion brown belt. I feel like today would be like a good purple belt. That's how much the sport has grown, which is great. I love seeing it.
It's also a very humble answer too.
I think it's just the truth, unfortunately.
So Islam was in here, and he kept saying that he kept talking about legacy. When you decide to hang it up, what do you want your legacy to be?
Man, my legacy is Christ. I don't really care what people look back. I did this for a lot of selfish reasons because I just love fighting, and then I hope even though I came with the wrong motivation, I hope that people will remember that the reason I fought was because I had love for the Lord.
I think it's a beautiful answer, and just to bounce off of that, when I think I always think about when you were in Abu Dhabi and you won, and then you stood in a area that is mostly Muslim, and you preached the gospel of Jesus.
First, I just want to make sure everybody understands Abu Dhabi, they were very friendly. And yes, I did preach the name of Jesus in a Muslim majority country, but this is not like, because I have genuine friends who are missionaries, and if in different countries where if they do that in public, they would be killed. So I understand that it was not an easy thing to do, but it was not. Sometimes we put too much on it, and I don't want that to take away from the true people that like spread the gospel in dangerous areas. I was never in danger, just to be clear. Everybody actually was very nice to me afterwards. They just wanted to make sure they clarified, listen, we believe in Jesus as a prophet and this and that, but there's never any danger. You know what I mean? But, you know, Lord willing, I get more chances to do that.
I still don't think many people would do what you did.
Well, over time, I guess, God will change your heart to do the things you're supposed to do.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Beneil, way back here, other side. There you go. Thank you. 25th UFC fight this Saturday night, first time at MSG. When you got this opportunity, what was the reaction like?
I'm going to be honest. I was like, man, because I was hoping to fight in Vegas because December, it's just easier, bro. You drive there, it's warmer. Well, I guess maybe not in December, but it's typically warmer, easier to move around. But just when they said MSG, I was like, man, that's going to be special. I don't want to miss out on that. So I think this is, I didn't even realize it, but I think this is going to be like one of the higher marks as far as places I fought. There's two other places that I really want to fight in. There's Chicago because of the Syrian fans, and also Australia because of the Syrian fans. So this is, I don't know. We'll see how the fight goes, but after the fight, but this might be the top of the list. Yeah.
100%. In the lead up to this fight, it seemed like it was the second time that a rematch with Gamrot had been tossed around. So I'm just wondering, do you think that fight is inevitable to happen again?
So before I fought Moicano, I actually said yes to Gamrot, and then nothing ever came of it. So then they gave me Moicano again, and then recently I think maybe they were trying to make the fight happen, but then he ended up fighting with Charles. Honestly, I don't know, bro. Right now, I got a pretty tough guy in front of me. I'm not really focused on Gamrot, and to be honest with you, to fight a guy that tough, ideally, I'd like to do it, in a situation where there's a belt on the line. I don't want to fight where like he's number 8, I'm number 9, and we just switch places or we stay the same. I want it to be a little bit more value in terms of rankings.
Just one more. Just kind of go off of that. I remember, like, when you were about to fight Charles, everyone kept asking about Islam next. And you're like, bro, I'm about to fight Charles Oliveira. So at this point in your career, is it annoying that everyone keeps asking you what's next, even though you have this fight in front of you?
I wouldn't call it annoying. You know what's annoying is like, hey, you think this is your last one? It's like, bro, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll let you know after the fight. But it's like, do you think this is your last one? I was like, I don't know, maybe. I think that was more annoying. Not annoying, but more difficult. Actually, annoying isn't the right word because it was actually challenging. You're asking me a question that I genuinely don't have an answer to. So it was very difficult to answer. It's like, hey, are you done? I don't know. I'm struggling with it. So when people ask me something, I don't like to say I don't know. I don't know. Unless you genuinely don't know, it's not a good answer. I think this is just because I'm a father now. So I try to, give clear answers. I don't know. It's not a great answer. So, but yeah, I think that was more difficult. As far as questions go, do you think this is your last one? That was the most difficult question or annoying.
Beneil, just one more for you. Can you give us your breakdown and prediction for Jack Della Maddalena versus Islam Makhachev?
Yeah, that's a really tricky one because originally I was leaning toward Makhachev, and then recently I've been just because I watch his fights, and sometimes he fights perfect, and then sometimes he gives up things, and you're just like, man, I can't believe he gave that up, right? So I don't know. Originally, I was leaning toward Makhachev, but I think I'm leaning towards JDM now. But we'll see. I really don't know because if JDM comes in and he's able to establish his fakes like he did with Belal and establish his range like he did with Belal, I think he's going to be a really difficult fight for Makhachev. And then Makhachev adjusting to 170 might not be that easy. I know it's easier to go up in weight, but adjusting isn't that simple. So Yeah, I'm gonna lean with JDM, but not by much. All right, guys. Thank you.
Leon right here. I guess we'll start with just how's life been since we last got to see you compete, against Sean Brady, just outside of camp and everything. How's life been?
Life's been good. Had a new baby. Just been enjoying life, really sorting out your personal life. So yeah, just been chilling, really chilling, training, just normal life.
When were they born?
September.
Oh, so new. So how's the sleep schedule with that?
It's been good. It's been good. I'm lucky enough to have a good sized house where I can go to another room. But yeah, it's been good.
Well, I guess coming back, as a former champion, you get another big opportunity here in Madison Square Garden. So did you kind of have this date, or at least this month, kind of circled as when you would want to come back after that fight in March?
Yeah, for sure. It was either this one or the one that Tom was on. It was one of them two cards, but I know it was later on in the year that I wanted to compete.
And what did you make of Carlos as an opponent? Because the last couple fights you've had, it's been like grapplers and wrestlers that you've had to prep for. And Carlos is very much a one-punch knockout artist. Was it refreshing at all to not have to worry about guys shooting on you all the time?
Yeah, 100%. I think he's the first striker for like 4 years, I think. So it's exciting now to be able to. When you fight a striker, you can flow a bit more. It's a more entertaining fight. So I feel like he's a good opponent to get back to where I left off.
And has it felt any better to, as the champion, you have to carry the promotion, and then fighting in London, you'd have to carry the promotion. But here, the welterweight title's at the top. You got a lot of other guys, so you don't have that kind of burden of being the one that everyone is always kind of focusing on.
Not really. If we got other choice, we're be top of the building, So, either it is.
What do you make of Carlos as an opponent, just overall as his skill level? Because he was in here and we asked him, and he, didn't have many nice things to say about you. He said, his time is done. When it gets hard, he quits. If you've quit once, you've quit, you're going to quit again. So what do you make of Carlos as an opponent?
It's all right. I think obviously skill for skills. I'm the better fighter, better athlete. I'll go out and remind him of who I am. You know what I mean? So, like, he was before, when the first time I moved up, it was Ian, and Ian beat him. His last fight, I don't know what Jeff Neal was doing. Just walking high guard, just walking flat-footed, walking in just like that. So he was there to be, and he was still on success. You know what I mean? So I think he's in for a rude awakening Saturday night.
Do you feel like the forgotten man in this division? Because, Kamaru's obviously, he's come back and said he wants to fight for the belt next. Sean Brady wants to fight for the belt. Carlos wants to fight for the belt, but it doesn't seem like everyone is kind of.
That's the game, right? When Kamaru was on a 2-3 fight losing streak, they're saying the same thing. Oh, he's done, blah, blah, blah. Then he comes out, he beats
Buckley?
Yeah, but beats Buckley. Now he's like, on fight for the title. I think that's just the game that we're in. It's what you've done from lately, and it is what it is. After Saturday night, we go from there.
Leon, over here too, right? You stopped Kamaru Usman from tying Anderson Silva's 16-fight winning streak in the UFC, something Islam Makhachev is going for in the main event. Can you just give us your breakdown of that fight, and do you believe JDM stops that streak?
I'll keep going back and forth on the main event to see who wins. I think it all depends on how Islam looks first at 170, and if he comes out in heavy wrestle, then maybe a probably edge Islam. But I feel like if we'll know from the first round how the fight goes. I feel like JDM does get taken down in most of his fight, but he's great at getting back to his feet, and he puts on the pace straight away. And Islam has shown in the past like cardio issues as well. So I don't know. I keep going back and forth on who wins. I'm kind of like still 50-50.
You had a struggle to get to the top of your championship reign. It took some time. There were some challenges. I'm sure you want to get there again. How is this road back to the top going to be different in terms of the spot you're in now?
I feel like I'm in a good spot. If we go out there now, like I said, Saturday night, take out Carlos. I'd love to fight again, hopefully, to come back to the UK in March, April. I'd love to fight on that card and then fight for the belt in the summer. That's where I feel like at the moment there's a little title, like a little tournament thing going on with the welterweights. There's no like clear cut contender for the title. So I think after the next few weeks, we know where everything lies.
Leon, way back here. You mentioned on Embedded that you were back to 3-round fights, and I'm just curious, was this camp a little bit refreshing because you didn't have to worry about the time? It was more so, explosiveness and fast pace and stuff like that.
Nah, because you still prepare just as hard for a 3-round fight as you would a 5-round fight. It's more the technical side of it and how you would approach it going into the fight. But with a 3-round fight, you ain't got long to settle in. You have to get to work straight away. So just more the different tactics and how to go about it.
100%. Are you excited to have the opportunity to do it in 3 rounds?
Yeah,
like more of a sprint?
Yeah, 100%. I've fought 3 rounds now for like, I think someone said my last 3 rounds was Gunnar Nelson. It was probably like 6 years ago. So I'm excited now to go out there and be able to perform 3 rounds and just sprint it, especially with a striker. It's gonna be a good fight,
And as far as being here in New York, Madison Square Garden, first time for you, what was that reaction like when you heard about this opportunity, and how exciting is it to cross MSG off the list?
Yeah, I was excited. This is what like every kid competes in combat sport or sports in general has dreamt of, to get an opportunity to fight in MSG, one of the iconic arena. Ali Fraser was there. Just one of these things that when you're old and sitting back, this is what you think about and talk about. So it's a great opportunity, and it's a great place for me to continue my legacy.
And last question from me: we haven't seen you since your brother's big headshot knockout, the head kick. It was the date was the big thing there. What was that like? That moment, being in the corner and watching him do it on the same exact day.
It meant a lot. It meant a lot to me. Like I know, obviously his struggles and how to get opportunity to achieve one of his dreams. It was refreshing to see, especially like 3 years on a day to when I did it to Kamaru. It was airing, and yeah, I was happy for him for sure.
Thank you, man.
Leon, right hand. When I think about you, I think about when you first joined the UFC, you had a couple losses, and then you went on like this most incredible stretch where you won 12 fights in a row, won the title. It was tremendous. Do you have to like mentally go back to those days when you had a couple losses and remind yourself like, I've been here before and I can go on another incredible?
Yeah, 100%. Definitely. I feel like that's just the mentality you need, right? Sometimes you get like comfortable in your spot. I think that mentality that gets you to the title can also get back to the title. So yeah, definitely.
Obviously, we haven't had too many guys up here really talking trash. Carlos might be the only one who really has done it. And one thing he's saying is he wants to be the first person to knock you out. Does that make it a little more personal?
Not really, cause I'm sure they'll knock me out. It's a fight. That's the whole point of the fight, for you to try and knock me out. I'm sure I'll knock you out. Not really. Like I said, let's see. I don't think he's fought nobody. Skill for skill, the levels are different. So we'll see.
And then you said that you're excited facing a striker because it lets you flow a little bit, make it a more exciting fight. But when we analyze a fight, we saw him lose to Ian by Ian really wrestling him. You're an even better wrestler than Ian.
And Ian was outstriking him as well. There's a lot of holes in his game that I see in Ian fight and other fights previous to that. I've seen fights before in other organizations where he gives up mid-fight. So I've seen it, you know. He's got a little hype going into it, coming off a good finish over Jeff Neal. So the energy is all good. I've been there before, and we'll see Saturday night.
But particularly, he kind of struggled with the wrestling, and I mean,
Yeah.
you're an even better wrestler than Ian.
Yeah.
I mean, probably
Way
just,
better than Ian. Yeah, 100%. So
I'll probably just say, hey, go the easier way and just make a big wrestling heavy game plan.
I couldn't do that, but I feel like for me to get back to where I want to get to, I don't feel like me going to just line on him or get me back to where I want to get to faster, you know. So let's see. It's a mixed martial arts fight, obviously. And I'll test his skills everywhere the fight goes, you know.
Good luck to you.
Leon here. A bit off topic. I don't know if you've seen but this fight's in the works. Anthony Joshua versus Jake Paul. As a Brit, how do you evaluate?
I just seen that. Someone just told me about that. That's mad. Fair play to Jake Paul, first of all, for taking it. But if AJ doesn't knock him out in like 1-2 rounds, then I feel like the fight must have fixed or something. Because I'm going to Anthony Joshua, obviously, for the KO. So yeah, when is it? You know?
It's going to be next month. They're working towards.
Oh yeah, sick. Yeah, I'm going AJ for the win.
Cheers.
Just one over here. Greetings from Ecuador, Leon. So after you lost with Sean Brady, everybody in the welter division wanted to fight you. Our guy Michael Morales talked about in social media wanting to fight you.
Yeah.
This fight goes to you. Somebody talk to you, and
Oh no.
about fighting him, or it never happened.
Fighting who?
Michael Morales.
Oh no.
It was never close.
The UFC that was never even mentioned.
Okay.
To even be close.
Nobody ever talk about it.
No, it was always either I was asked for Ian, then either Ian or Prates. Ian turned it down, so Prates was the next guy. So that was basically the conversations.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Valentina, right here. I feel like we've been asking you about Weili for the last several fights. So I guess how does it feel to finally now be a few days away from getting this fight that seems like the whole world has been waiting to see?
I feel very good, very strong, very amazing. I had one of the best training camps I ever had. And just, yeah, as you say, just a few days more and ready for the full action.
When you say you have one of the best camps, was that just because you were healthy, or was there something specific about this fight that was so different?
I don't know, just in general, everything. I started my training camp in Thailand, then we continue in Morocco, Las Vegas, El Paso, Texas, and final we did here in New Jersey. And just in general, all the travel, all the people around, my coach Pavel, and like everything worked so well that, yeah, I feel great.
I saw an interview you did where you said you try not to have any emotion in camp when you're kind of focusing on a fight, but now that it's fight week and you have to do all of this media, does this fight feel bigger than maybe some of your other fights?
No, it's like emotion, not have emotion during the fight week because it's impossible to not have any emotion during the training camp. Training camp, it's a long time, and you have like all roller coasters when you cannot sleep during the night. You think about the fight, you're analyzing all fights of your opponent, and it's kind of like it's a work, it's a hard work, but closer to the fight. This is what I mean, like. Not without emotions, but with steady energy. This is the most important for me, steady energy.
So when you're analyzing Weili, I guess what impresses you most about her abilities in the octagon?
No, you know, it's kind of like when I approach to my opponents and see their fight, it's not about being impressed or something like that. It's just calm-minded study. You see what she's good, you see what she's bad at. And like you have to know how to, where to be careful, where to be focused, what to avoid, and what to use in terms like to get the victory, to get the early finish.
Based off of that, just on tape, does it look like or appear to be that she's the most well-rounded opponent you faced or will face?
You cannot say that because we're fighting in the best MMA promotion in whole world. Here, there is no any fighter who is not well-rounded. All of them, like all my opponents, they are amazing. They are well-rounded, and definitely because Weili, she was champion in strawweight division. She has like successful defending her belt. It definitely make her like one of the best because this is champion of the best organization, but you cannot say that the other contenders, they were less talented, because they were the best of the best.
And then just last one for me. The other day you posted in defense of Joe Rogan on Twitter. I guess why did you feel like you had to come to his defense? I assume based on what Ronda had said.
I just like I'm for the justice, and I like Ronda. I like her lifestyle, being like close to the nature, to animals, like farm and everything like that. She's great champion, but I feel in this particular case, it was not right to say these things what she said, because Joe Rogan, he is true example for the youth. He is true martial artist. He has a lot of knowledge in martial arts, and he's a successful man. He is what I say, like musician, very talented, and it's just not right to say that things. And I felt like when there is no justice, I like, no, it's something wrong.
Valentina, right here. When I think about you, I think of a martial artist who continues to grow. What's been really amazing is that you have been this dominant champion for such a long time. What lifestyle changes or what things have you had to done over the years to be able to sustain this incredible longevity?
I would say in my case, I didn't have to do like too much sacrification or something like that, because martial arts for me, it's my life. And when you love to do something, no matter how hard is that, I'm not saying that it's easy. No, it's very, very hard. But when you are, it's your passion, it's your lifestyle. It's that even the most difficult things in the world, you're gonna do that, and like you will love the process. This is how I feel about trainings. This is how I feel about training camps. It's very hard every day to wake up and like to try to do your best and overcome some like small issues what you have in your head. But after the fight, after the victory, after like, doesn't matter, after the fight, you feel that it's the thing that you really want to do, no matter how hard is that, but this is what you want to like be better, be martial artist, complete martial artist, to show not only fight, like what every can do, like street fight or whatever. You want to show the art of martial arts, beauty of fighting. And this is what my mindset. That's why for me, even the hardest things, it was not too hard for me.
The big narrative of this fight is, everyone's saying Weili's trying to win a title in another weight class. But I think another thing that is a huge narrative, or should be a bigger narrative, is we have this rare occasion where, in my opinion, you have two of the fighters that I would put on the female Mount Rushmore actually facing each other at the top. Like, it's so rare. Beating her in Madison Square Garden, can it get any better than that?
At this moment, I didn't think about it. Everything what I think about, how to keep me healthy these last days, how to keep my shape in the same way that it was a week ago, to keep me warm in like a little bit colder weather, because this is all things, the small things, what is matter. Doesn't matter how good was your preparation in training camp, if you cannot conserve it during the last few days, it doesn't matter anything, because you cannot perform your best. You have to be very focused and very into it from the beginning till the end, before your hands, my hands, gonna be raised. And definitely fight in Madison Square Garden, in the venue that is so legendary, so like legends of the sport was fighting there, or like having other events. So this is the venue that every fighter wished to be in.
Obviously, this is an incredible venue. That said, you guys are two of the most amazing fighters, regardless of gender. Did you think that you guys should have maybe got the main event, maybe not this card, but maybe next month or the month after?
It doesn't matter. Actually, it doesn't matter. The matter is that how people feel itself of, like when they said about UFC 322, how they feel about it. If they feel this is a great event and like great fight cards, this is the most important. And we don't have to be how to say it, selfish, right? And like, oh no, we have to be the best, the main card. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. What is the matter is that people, the fans of mixed martial arts, they're gonna be happy. And what can be better?
No, I mean, I don't think anything can be better than this super fight. That said, with her moving up, trying to get a second title, does that give you a little motivation yourself to say, hey, after this, I want to move up and I want to get a second title?
I'm not the person, I'm not the fighter who's gonna like think about next step without doing previous step. In terms like to think about what I'm gonna do next, I'll have to complete what I have to complete this Saturday. And this is for me the most important. My all energy is gonna be like a ball that is gonna throw to the target. This is what I need to do in terms to win the fight. If my ball gonna strike like here, there, thinking like about everything, how you can reach the success? You cannot. You have to put the all energy only in one place, only straight ahead. You have to think only about what you gonna face now, not after. Now, this is what's important, because without now, not gonna be after.
Fair enough. I'll ask you after the fight then.
Sounds good to me.
My last question, I'm assuming you probably don't even want to answer this question, but you responded to Ronda Rousey's the Joe Rogan. I want you to respond to another thing she said. During that interview, she said that she believes that she's the greatest female fighter of all time. A lot of people disagree with her. Who do you think is the greatest female fighter of all time?
Oh, I don't know. I think Ronda, she's a great fighter, and definitely she's the first one who like fought in this like people saw her fighting in UFC, and definitely she deserves to be the greatest fighter. She deserved it. But I started to practice martial arts when no one started, and I was 5 years old, 32 years, I do what I do. And my first title, what I won in MMA, it was back in 2003. No one would fight there. Like there was not like women's, like after only 7 years, it was the first UFC fight here, like in UFC, female fight. But in 2003, I already won the title of world champion in MMA in South Korea, in Seoul. In 2005, I won it again. And yeah, it's kind of like, I can't say that from the experience because I've been in this business for a long, long time. Modern fighters, they not even born at that year. Like you can see many of them, it's like 2005, 2006, but I've been here for a long time and I have all rights to speak about how it evolved and how it was back then and now. So yeah, for me, it's very hard question, who is the greatest? And I never will myself because I'm not that kind of person who put the name like in front of everyone. I feel everyone did enough things to secure the spot to being in this position, the greatest fighter ever.
Valentina, all the way in the back, you mentioned a minute ago how you have been around this sport for quite a long time. One thing that you haven't gotten to do yet is to compete here in New York. When you got the opportunity and you found out that you'd be fighting here, what was that reaction like? And also, do you expect this weekend to be one of the biggest highlights of your career?
Oh, I really don't know. I don't expect anything. I just want to perform the best of me. I just want to do I don't want to leave anything that I will regret after. And I want to show the beauty of martial arts, as I said, to show not only like who has stronger head or something like that, but the beauty of martial arts. This is the most important for me. And definitely when it was about New York for me, it's very like special place. I spent here many different occasions, different times of visiting this beautiful city. And especially like I spent here a few years ago during the preparation for the filming with Halle Berry in her directional debut, The Bruised. And I was living in New York, actually in Jersey City, with a view to Manhattan, the best view. And I spent there like 2 months, and we were discovering everything about this beautiful place.
Thank you.
Valentina, aquí. Perdona que en español, ¿está bien?
Sí, claro.
Perdona que insista sobre la pregunta que ya te han hecho en inglés, pero te hemos visto sonreír cuando hablaban del Monte Rushmore, de las luchadoras de UFC. Has hablado de tu trayectoria, de lo mucho que has trabajado para estar en la posición en la que estás. Te cambio un poco la pregunta, porque ya has dicho que no quieres decirlo tú, pero con una victoria aquí, o incluso antes de esta pelea, ¿crees que ya mereces estar en primera o segunda posición en esa conversación sobre la mejor luchadora de la historia?
Yo creo que no es algo que yo tengo que decidir, no algo que yo tengo que reclamar. Esta decisión de todos fanáticos de artes marciales, todo de organización de UFC, de MMA en general, para decisión de todos expertos de artes marciales. Y yo confío en su opinión, ¿sí? Y para mí lo más importante es seguir mi camino.
Y sin duda, primero tienes el reto de Weili, que es un reto muy duro, pero se ha especulado sobre la vuelta de Amanda para medirse a Kayla Harrison. Si ganaras ante Zhang Weili, ¿te quedaría algo por hacer en tu actual división o te motivaría volver a subir y intentar esa revancha?
Eso lo vamos a ver porque todavía no tenemos respuestas claras sobre va a regresar, no va a regresar, quién va a ganar, no van a ganar, cómo van a sentir. Muchas cosas, muchas cosas sí o sí o sí. Y yo no quiero meter todo en mi cabeza porque yo creo que no es necesario, porque cuando sea más cierto las cosas, ahí sí me voy a poner a pensar. Pero todavía falta mucho tiempo para que ellos deciden, regresan, no regresan, pelean, no pelean.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Valentina, right here to your right. A lot being asked of you today about, legacy and the rankings of the greatest women ever. If you do win this fight, though, you'll tie Amanda Nunes for the most title fight victories for any female in UFC history. What type of accomplishment would it give you for your passion of the sport to know no other woman walking this earth has won more UFC title fights than you?
It's never was something that I was chasing the numbers, chasing the being better than someone, more defenses or something like that. Maybe this is the secret of many defenses, because you are not chasing them. I feel it's same thing. It's kind of being selfish, saying of yourself too much. It's not good. You have to be honest person. You have to be honest, in your trainings. You have to have value of simple things like friendship, loyalty to your gym, to your coach, to your training partners. Be good person. This is really things that what I care about, and the other things about numbers, be better, something like that. It's important for the fighter, because fighter who is champion's mentality, they have to have this be every time the winners. They do have to have. But the other things I don't care much. And the most important, it's how I say, it's to continue my lifestyle, the passion, what I share for the martial arts. For me, it's number one, what is really important.
And last thing, we're asking all the fighters up there who they think is going to win the main event between Della Maddalena and Islam Makhachev. Do you have a pick?
I think that both fighters, they are great fighters, very strong. They are in their prime and will bring the best main event ever. I wish both of them good luck, and very hope everyone will be happy with their performances.
Здравствуйте, Валентина. Испанский был, английский был. Давайте по-русски немножко.
Давайте.
Ваша соперница на днях сказала, цитата: «Мое преимущество перед Валентиной в том, что тактически я постоянно показываю что-то новое». Вы согласны с таким суждением или думаете, что ей нечем удивить вас?
Если она считает, что она показывает тактически что-то новое, это хорошо. Конечно, она очень сильная, она всегда показывает интересные бои, всегда очень большая сила присутствует, скорость присутствует, но это ничего не значит, потому что я знаю, что да, она сильная, но я сильнее, да, она быстрая, я быстрее. И самое главное в этом бою – это быть сосредоточенной от начала до конца, все время искать момент, в который можно закончить бой, и я знаю их много, этих моментов, я знаю, мы изучали ее бой, ее тактику, ее поведение, как она чувствует себя в любой ситуации боя, и я знаю прекрасно, от чего нужно защищаться и когда нужно атаковать. И самое главное, правильно применить это все в действии, в бою.
Но вы настроены на финиш, потому что предыдущие ваши бои завершались после 5-го раунда.
Вы знаете, здесь очень такой вопрос, когда люди спрашивают, вы настроены на финиш. Конечно, любой боец, он настроен на финиш. Естественно, мы все тренируемся, чтобы закончить бой быстрее, и чтобы ни у кого не осталось никаких вопросов. Но когда речь идет о бойцах самого высокого уровня, здесь просто так не получится. Если вы, допустим, боец высокого уровня выступает против бойца среднего уровня, о да, здесь можно делать хоть миллион финишев. Но когда это два бойца высочайшего уровня, здесь уже больше играет тактика, техника, и как бы вы ни хотели сделать финиш, он иногда просто не может получиться, потому что ваш соперник тоже не хочет финишироваться, правильно? И если боец будет гнаться за этим финишем, то здесь уже воля случая, 50 на 50. Либо он сделает нокаут, либо он упадет в нокаут и, может быть, принесет своему сопернику хороший бонус. Поэтому здесь нельзя вот так вот просто с горячей головой бросаться и говорить: я хочу финиш. Нет, профессионал своего дела, который боец имеет много опыта, он должен все воспринимать этот бой с холодным расчетом. И когда предоставляется возможность финишировать, в этот момент финишировать.
Ну, хорошо, тогда я переформулирую немножко. Очередная победа после 5-го раунда решением вас устроит вполне?
Как я сказала, я настроена, чтобы выиграть этот бой досрочно, и я буду делать все, чтобы ассигурировать свою победу.
Не кажется ли вам, что на вас больше давления, чем на вашу соперницу, потому что для нее на кону стоит второй пояс? Вы в этом бою можете потерять больше, чем приобрести.
Здесь немножко я вас поправлю, потому что для нее не стоит второй пояс. Технически она ставила пояс strawweight division, и она не является чемпионкой в своей весовой категории. Поэтому здесь немножко поправка.
Хорошо, она может стать чемпионом второго дивизиона для себя?
Нет, не может. Потому что я защищу свой титул.
Будем надеяться. И последний вопрос. Вы уже отказались давать какой-либо прогноз на мейн-эвент, на бой Ислама. Но вы когда-нибудь пересекались с Исламом или, может быть, в зале каком-то на тренировке или в обычной жизни?
Да, мы сегодня как раз пересеклись. Очень хорошая команда. Ребята очень все позитивные, очень дружные, очень стоят друг за друга. Я считаю, что это замечательно, особенно в нашем современном мире, когда вот такого сплоченного коллектива очень редко можно застать. И я считаю, что многие должны равняться, и это очень правильно и важно для любого бойца, в принципе, для любого человека чувствовать такую поддержку и всегда в своем окружении иметь людей, на которых ты можешь положиться и которые ты знаешь, что они ни в каком из случаев не предадут тебя и останутся с тобой до конца.
Спасибо большое, удачи в субботу.
Спасибо.
The artistry of martial arts. Could you expand on that thought a little bit? What does that mean to you? What does that look like?
I would start a little bit like, we now live in a dream of some great persons, great athletes, what was like dreaming about universal martial artists, martial arts that will be like contain all techniques, and a fighter would be so universal and would not have any problem to use any techniques they want. Here in United States, for example, the father of American Kempo Karate at Parker, and it's everything like started with their dreams. Like after them, Elvis Presley, Chuck Norris, Bruce Lee, Bill Wallace, Benny Urquidez, Jean-Claude Van Damme, they all started it, like idea to create the universal like martial arts. And now we are so lucky to live this, that every fighter who fight in MMA, it's universal fighter, and we can choose what tactic or technique to use. We don't have problem to fight with like kicks. We don't have problem to fight with hands. UFC fighter, like MMA fighter, has to be perfect fighter, like kicking, striking, grapple, wrestling, everything. This is the best dream of anyone. And like I heard even bodybuilders, they played like huge role on this creation of martial art. For example, I heard from people back then in 80s, everyone was like, oh, who's gonna be in Bruce Lee or Arnold Schwarzenegger? Who's gonna be in Sylvester Stallone or Bruce Lee? Oh no, he's so big, he just gonna grab him and like choke him out. And it was a cult of the this like culturism, the like best shape of body. Even it's reflecting in the uniform what we like MMA fighters are wearing, because you cannot see something loose like a shorts in boxing or something like that. It's very everything like tied to the body, because it's showing the beauty of the body, the sport body. And it's kind of like all together, all tied together, the martial art technique that include like all techniques of karate, taekwondo, boxing, then it's like jiu-jitsu, grappling, wrestling, all kind of wrestling. And this is amazing that we have this modern, this very universal martial art now. For example, modern fighters, they don't have to start with some martial arts and then like join their another martial art. They already started to train MMA, and it's kind of like short way to become like superstar in exactly MMA as a style. And I'm very happy that I am living the right time, the right place, and I am able to show my skills that I was developed during all 32 years what I'm doing in martial arts, practicing martial arts. And this is what I call the art and the beauty of the fighting.
Thank you so much.
What's up?
Malcolm, right here. What's up, man? You know, we chatted yesterday, and you said, you know, you were maybe a little surprised you got this fight now at your point in your career. So now that you've had time to sit and break down your new opponent, I guess what do you make of his skill set as a whole, and you know, another fellow prospect here at the bantamweight division?
Yeah, definitely a fellow prospect. I was kind of surprised that they matched us up, you know, because it kind of goes against the narrative of building prospects. But it's a great fight for us and for the fans. As far as his skill set, he's a accomplished amateur boxer in his country. He's a black jiu-jitsu, and when you watch the kid fight, like, he is a dog. He walks forward when he faces adversity, as far as fatigue, as far as getting hit, like, he leans into it. And beyond his skill set, I think that's his most powerful trait, because that is fighting. Not all fights are pretty, and he thrives in that.
So do you think this is possibly a tougher fight than what your original opponent was?
I do think this is a tougher fight in a different way. You know, Sergey presented his challenges, and the approach was going to be much different than it is with Cody Haddon. But yes and no.
And, you know, how do you think the trajectory of your career has been? Because I think a lot of people, when they hear you talk, they think you're like 21, 22, but, you know, you're 31, I believe, correct, right? So how do you think the trajectory of your career has been so far?
Man, my career has been fast. It's been a rocket ship. You know, it was just, I mean, a 6-week turnaround from my debut to my follow-up, and then the follow-up being in Atlanta against such a well-known name like Chris Mutino, getting the finish that I got. And then after that, the UFC telling me they was going to let me fight at MSG. I mean, it's been fast. Like, what a rookie year, especially for it to have started in April. It's quick, but man, it's been great.
How's the team handled the new attention? Because I feel like, especially with these prospects, everyone starts to look at the team around them because they think like, oh, they're going to go to one of the big gyms down the line. So I guess how's your team handled all the eyeballs on them?
I'm gonna be real, man. Me and my team, like, we crossed all those hurdles a long time ago. Like, we are so locked in and so tight. Like, when I'm in Vegas training with, you know, these big names, or if I'm taking these trips, you know, to different places, it's never no doubt, question, no funny feeling or anything like that. We are so locked in, bro. Like, I love them to death. I can't do this without them.
How are you balancing, you know, personal life to now being a UFC star? Because it's not every day where you lose a fight. The UFC seems pretty adamant they wanted you in Madison Square Garden.
I don't know. Being labeled as a UFC star is crazy to me. You know what I mean? I guess in some sense I fit the qualifications of it, but you know, it's not too much different than it was before. You know, my life don't look too much different, and I just keep doing what I've been doing.
And, you know, obviously you're fighting an Australian with a big Australian in the main event. Have you felt more attention on this fight now that you are fighting? You know, they might be more media you have to do, considering there's a lot of Australian media here as well.
That didn't even cross my mind. If more Australian outlets wanted to talk to me because of it, I didn't put the two together.
So this last one for me, what do you think of that main event between Islam and Jack?
Historic banger of a fight. Islam is one of the most dominant fighters that we've seen, and we've all been waiting to see if he was going to move up. And now that he is and is having this super fight at MSG, it's incredible to be able to not just witness it, but be a part of it. But I do have Islam winning that fight. Thank you.
Malcolm right here. So your recent interview, you talked about obviously trying to keep that knockout streak going if you get the opportunity, but you also said you're excited about this matchup because the way he fights, you might have to show your defensive wrestling, you might have to show some kicks, you might have to show some, you know, cardio, all this stuff. Do you have a prediction of one or the other? Is it going to be that quick knockout, or is it going to be that deep fight?
My prediction is always first round knockout. You know, even if he does come in and he's a bit more reserved, from the beginning, I'm looking for the openings that we have predicted to show themselves. And when I see that target, I'm going to commit to it and hopefully still get a first round knockout.
Did the Ariel Helwani show yesterday, or MSG? You're the A side. You're the person that they put on the card. He's the fill-in. But the betting line is actually pretty close. Are you surprised by that?
Not really. I'm not surprised that is close. Especially, speaking from being compared to the betting lines I've been a part of previously. But I respect him. And I think that the fact that the betting lines are close show that the general public is fairly educated on the fact that he's a talented kid that also has a bright future. So I'm glad that the betting lines are closer.
And how many times this week have you reflected back? Wasn't that long ago you're doing 16-hour shifts doing construction, you were saying, to now, biggest city in the world, Madison Square Garden. I mean, how often you had to pinch yourself?
Every single day, man. I woke up at 6 a.m. to catch my flight on Monday, and it was cold outside. And I told my wife, I was like, this is the first winter in 9 years that I'm not going to be on the job site. It's crazy to me every single day. Like, it was just 7 months ago. I was still on the job. And it's so hard for me to break a lot of the habits. The way I talk trash to people is from the construction industry. The way that I approach things in life, it's a part of who I am and what made me the man I am today. So I think it's going to be on the forefront of my mind for a long time.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, brother.
Malcolm, back here. As fast as you went from a full-time pipe fitter to now a full-time UFC superstar, your fan base has grown immensely as well. How important is it for you to keep up with your fans, stay in touch with them, kind of show them, what's going on here?
It's very important to me. The in-person interactions, I make it very evident that I care about the people who support me. I try to take as much time as I can, sign as many things as I can, take as many pictures as I can. But that also translates to social media. I try to always stay in touch and keep it real and be transparent and give more of myself to my fans, because I think that, yes, people love me for my performances, but the reason that I am so, impactful to the fan base is because of my story and who I am. And so I make sure I focus on that.
And what do you make about the rest of this bantamweight division at the current moment with all these recent fights happening? What do you make of the division? And secondly, who do you think is the most favorable matchup in that top 5 for you?
Man, I can't call the top 5 off the top of my head. All of them are tough, to be honest. I think the bantamweight division in general is a banger division. Even outside of the rankings, there's still fights you could put me in that people get excited about. So that's how I feel about the bantamweight division, from the mid tier all the way to the top. There's many opportunities for super fights. And when you start talking about the rankings, you start talking about incredible fighters like Corey Sandhagen. I mean, goodness, the fight that he just put up was crazy. He's definitely not the easiest fight for me in that top 5. But I can't call a name on what I think would be the best matchup for me. But I think all those guys that have rankings next to their name are well-deserved.
And lastly, I hear you've adopted a little bit of a new kind of motto, the triple G's. What's that all about, and where did that kind of come from?
Yeah, so my guy Mills, we do interviews. He's somebody that's been interviewing me for a while. And he a cool dude, so he got different lingo that he dropped. And the 3 G's was one of them. He was like, your guys, your guts, and your guns, you got to stick to them. And when he said that, it had a good ring to it. And it's kind of like the motto I live by, just in different words. So shout out to Mills, man.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, guys.
We blowing O's, let the smoke dance. Inhaling, exhaling with no hands. I go to Ash, you hear my gold chains. My eyes be Asian, but I'm so French. Roll up a sticky parrot with some sushi. Write verses on my phone and dish the loosely. I just light it up like Snoop and Lil Tunechi. Sip gin and juice, so now I'm chillin' loosely. Cause I love pot. All my homies know how to roll, call them dudes, and they grow my stack. I'm a grower and a shower at your girl, I bet she knows my spot. She like a green and we got it, you ain't got it, homie. Oh my God, oh my squad, but I love pride. All my homies know how to roll, call them dudes, and they grow my stack. I'm a grower and a shower at your girl, I bet she knows my spot. She like a green and we got it, you ain't got it, homie. Oh my God, oh my squad, yeah. I just want a baddie and a little mixture. Like 50,000 likes on all the pictures. I want an ounce of butter, fifth of liquor. To take this broad into the fifth dimension. I mentioned a little birdie tweeted, we gon' hit this. So is this the butter? Her eye isn't listening. I wish that I could post an image while I hit that. But in fact, I don't want the world up in my business. Cause